Earth debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you? Then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, JMails24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hello. You say mic check and I've got my mic on when I'm saying hello to you.
Good afternoon, Nathan. How are you?
I'm alright. I've put my mic about one more wicket away. By wicket, I mean, you know, W on your fingers. So it should be a couple of wickets away. I like my shotgun 3 wickets away. This one's now 3 wickets away. I just want to see how it gets on. I've turned the gain up a little bit. We'll see how it gets on.
You don't sound any different.
I'm sure I've compensated for the extra distance with a bit of gain. But you'll hear more of my wife boiling the kettle and banging the coffee portafilter in the background as I'm talking, right? You can probably hear the grinding right now of the coffee machine, not the coffee machine, the grinder.
Very faintly.
Yeah, but the chances are on my shotgun you probably wouldn't hear it at all because it's so directional, whereas this is just a cardioid. But it's a considerably nicer sounding mic because it's a large diaphragm condenser and it's a Neumann, so as you'd expect it sounds fantastic. This is the nicest sounding mic I have, so if possible I want to use it, but this is how I'd want to use it because I don't like being claustrophobic with the mic right on top of me. What I did today was test out some of the equipment that I want to keep. So obviously in a position where I'm flogging microphones, I'm going to go through them and go, I like this one, I'll keep it. And when I did a little broadcast with my eldest daughter of Peppa Pig about 6 or 8 months ago, however long it was, right at the start of when I started buying microphones, her and I did a podcast together, and I bought her a microphone. She's still got it. She used hers, I used mine, and it was all phasey and horrible, and because they're both condensers, they were just both too sensitive. And they're great at picking up in front of you from a little bit away until you introduce a second one, then it's suddenly a bit weird sounding and phasey and not good. So to get around that, I want a couple of dynamic mics. So should I ever be in a position where someone says, yeah, can I come and actually interview you at home about your book? I'm like, yeah, of course, come over. I want to be able to capture that audio also in the best possible way. So I want a couple of dynamic mics. So if there's me and someone else talking to each other, we can both have a mic that we have to be a couple of inches away from to get them to work properly. And I just explained that to the person, you've got to be a couple of inches away from this mic for it to work correctly. But my eldest daughter and I were testing that out today, again with 2 mics that were originally intended to just be sold to keep the mortgage paid. And now I've got a nice large inventory of stock that I can get rid of. Inventory, whatever you call it. I can get looking at what do I want to keep. So I've kept 2 nice dynamic mics. They're nice, they've got their faults. I don't know. It's one of them. I've got such good taste in stuff generally that I end up getting the most expensive thing because it is legitimately the best. And people are like, oh, it's only a couple of % better. You're like, Yeah, but often that makes a real world difference in terms of how it functions and how you use it. And in this case, with these dynamic mics that I've picked for doing interviews with the second person, their issue is that they plosive like any mic. If you're right close to the diaphragm, it's going to plosive. So you're like, ugh. So getting around that means buying a couple of nice pop filters that will probably cost as much as the mics. You're like, well, what should you buy? Well, the SM7B, because it's got a giant pop filter integrated into the design of the mic. That's why everyone buys that mic, because it works really well for rejecting background sounds, unlike this mic, which is, again, picking up the grinding sounds in the background, and sounding tonally nice. But then you've, like I say, sacrificed the pops that you get when you're close to a microphone. So there we go. Today I'm putting the mic a little bit further away. I've taken the pop filter off this mic, and earlier today my daughter and I spent an hour or two testing out the two microphones that I've got that I've decided I'll use for that particular scenario. And they may never get used. I may never be in a position where two people are in this room talking to each other and I'm recording it via my little interface from SSL. But if there is, I want to be able to do that. And I've ordered an extra shock mount, so both mics are on shock mounts. I've ordered an extra boom arm, so I've got both of them on a boom arm, and that's about it. I'll order them both pop filters as well, and at the end of the process I'll have probably spent about £200 in total for two mics, two shock mounts, two boom arms, two pop filters, and a couple of cables so that they can run into the desk for an interview with two people, and it sound as good as it possibly can in that scenario. The other thing this mic will possibly be picking up currently is my youngest daughter screaming and crying in the background. Can you hear that?
I can't.
Faintly.
You can. I didn't beat her.
Faintly.
She just does that.
I couldn't hear anything, but Liam said he faintly hears it.
Anyway, so yeah, I want to get to grips with all of my equipment, and having spent quite literally thousands of pounds of not only my money but supporters' money to turn this room into a really nice studio, it's like, okay, well, what can I do with it? I can record stuff. Well, how do you do that with mics? And have I spent hundreds, if not thousands of pounds on my mic collection? Far from it. It's turned a profit to keep my mortgage paid, as I've now got all the stock to keep churning through. I mean, I've only got 49 items left, actually, but having sold 160 odd items, I'm now several £100s in profit, just about keeping the mortgage paid, where the YouTube revenues dipped so significantly over the last 6 months. But fortunately, I've recognised that would be the case, as I keep saying, and that's why I've got these microphones to sell. But I want to keep some of them, you know what I mean? I want the benefit of having tried them all and figured out which ones are good and which ones aren't. I want to keep some of them. And if I never use them, it's like, well, they didn't cost me an arm and a leg, did they? I got them for pawnbroking prices. Cheap.
Sounds good. Plus, your daughter's still doing YouTube, right? So she could use a mic down the road.
She's got one, I gave her one. Both of them, in fact. You know, the youngest one just picked the shiniest one that there is, which is an Elvis mic. But as we're talking about it, I'll go on camera with it. So this is my daughter's Elvis mic, my youngest daughter. Clover, come here. She picked this because it's shiny. So
I'm gonna ask to look at it. What does it look like?
it's like an
I have
Elvis
it in my
mic.
head.
You know what Elvis sort of cups and sings. I don't know, Great Pretender or whatever. It's like that. It's based on a Shure 55S. That's the actual model, and it's a side address dynamic mic that Shure made. Now this is not a side address dynamic. It's just a regular old boring cardioid dynamic microphone with a shiny shell around it. But when I went to my youngest daughter, pick any of these microphones, there's like 100. There's mics everywhere. There's 150 of them at the time. Is that right? Something like that. And she just picked the shiniest one and went, "I want that one." I'm like, okay, you can have it.
I knew that's what it was gonna look like. I had it in my head because I see him standing there singing with that big mic. Yeah, it's an Elvis mic, all right.
My Stream Deck's starting to play up. This is a new one as well. Maybe it's just the wire. Hopefully it's just the wire. Seems to like to turn itself on and off at random points now, the Stream Deck. Like the old one did when I dropped it several times. Well, this one's never been dropped. But now I've got the mute button on the Stream Deck and not on the computer because it's flashed itself on and off when I've pressed the button. Very, very irritating. I just need this box to work without looking at it. And it's been several times now where the box has gone wrong and I've pressed the button to open my line and then go back and listen to the recording and I'm talking into an empty microphone on camera with nothing coming out. And you're like, oh. And this Stream Deck's new. That's so irritating. I'll replace the USB-C cable for it and hopefully that fixes the problem. Maybe it's just a cable problem. We'll see. This one doesn't have a captive cable. It's got like a plug-in USB-C cable. Anyway, I've pulled all the wire that was crowded around that connection and hopefully that will resolve the issue. We'll see. Maybe it was just some bit of wire pushing against the connection.
Not to change the subject, but September, they're going to start working on the book again. So that means it's going to be close. I mean, Christmas is, once you hit September, Christmas comes fast. So what's left?
What do you mean what's
They
left?
they gotta go through it again. After they finish it, you do your end and all the chapters are done. Then they gotta read through it again. Then what happens after that?
I think we're on to the 4th or 5th draft. Once the 4th or 5th draft is finished in terms of it being finished as per each chapter being gone through, which it has been, then you go through it again to just double check your spelling. Then you pass it off to the publicist, and that's it. So there's one more go through, but we're still on chapter 14. We haven't finished yet, Neil. So I don't know why you're saying it. You're speaking like we finished this chapter. This chapter might take a month to do for all you know.
That's what I'm saying. You got one more chapter, but September, I mean, that's getting close. I don't know.
Now this Stream Deck shagged. It keeps turning itself on and off. Oh, I hate it when something that's new breaks. I don't mind when it's something old. And I've restarted the computer today, so it's not that. Right, so I might have to move away from Stream Deck if this is the second one doing the same thing when I've replaced one. It's just to eradicate this exact problem, to stop it restarting over and over again while I'm doing a show. That's precisely what it's now doing on this new piece of equipment. I might have a USB-C cable. Just give me a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't want dead air while I do these things.
Are we doing McKeegan today, Neil?
I hope we're doing the one. I wanted to do the one that I posted. Let me repost it. Hopefully we go through that one.
Care to remind me?
I hear Bev's on that 69 nautical miles nonsense. Well, one deck was saying something yesterday. They're all on that 69 nautical miles. Doesn't match. Oh dear.
So they're under the misapprehension that we made that, like it's our system.
That's the funny part.
Oh, I've given the cable I need to Brian.
We can blame it all on Brian.
Okay, I reposted it. So this is the one we got to go through. Did Brian even get the equipment yet?
I don't know. I assume so. It's on his way to him. I've been tracking it. I don't think it has arrived to him. If it has, it's arrived today. Okay, I've used a different cable. Let's see how we go on. Very short and awkward.
Neil, what's the video about? Is it better than Dave McKeegan?
The one I just posted, it's about him with the flight. How flat earthers think just because the pitch data shows a horizontal baseline, the earth is flat.
Sounds good. You excited, Nathan?
Excited about what?
The video that we could watch Neil's posted.
Dave McKeegan video.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, it's McKeegan. All of a sudden, he's a pilot now. And that's for all of these idiots that sit in Righteous's Discord server. That's their go-to guy.
Dave?
Yeah.
I mean, do they not like the NTSB data? What's wrong with the NTSB data?
When you hear him, you'll see where the other day when you were in Discord with Ulminator and Captain Edgewise, you'll hear where they got all their information from.
Do we really want to cover this? We covered Dave recently.
Yeah, Neil. Dave is a bit of a bore.
Systems are what are used in all aircraft attitude indicators to correct for this problem going around the globe, although there are seemingly different ways that it can be implemented.
Okay, I mean, if Dave says that we've got these problems of going around the globe, like the guy that I happen to have had this discussion with already, because as Neil points out, we've already debated it with someone who's obviously watched this video and decided that that's correct. They cited Bob Nodell when we said, okay, prove it. Give us NTSB data that shows this tracked with raw data to need correcting for. No, we didn't get it. We got Bob Nodell. That's what we actually got.
Along with gyros having a trait of holding rigid in space, they also have a
Well, then that's their trait. That's what they're using them for, Dave. Remaining rigid in space means they're not drifting. So that's why they're being used to track whether or not the chord line of the aircraft's wings is above horizontal with a degree measurement we've got in pitch data from the NTSB. Now, that's raw data measured from a black box. There's absolutely no way I'm going to be told by this golem troll that the NTSB data is correcting for anything. It's raw data taken from a black box, and they're investigating death with the information. Now, if axiomatically and principally we understand, and we do, that to be a degree above horizontal, you're measuring the plane above the horizontal to remain in straight and level flight. All of those principles are detailed in NTSB pitch data, acquired from raw measurements in black boxes. Dave and what he's got to say on what it's correcting for is irrelevant. As I say, if you want to show me NTSB taking this raw data and then after the fact showing that the raw data's then corrected with something that a gyro does, then you can show it me. But I'm going to need to see the raw data from the NTSB or another official source to believe you. Because it's not on the raw data. It's just that simple.
Another trait called gyroscopic precession, which is if a torque force is applied to a spinning gyro, the gyro will change direction.
Yeah, I mean, they do account for this. So on a plane, you've got things called pendulous vanes, where if you're in a tight manoeuvre, you can go beyond the cage of the gyro. That is to say, how far it can mechanically, physically remain rigid is dictated by the mechanics built around that spinning mechanism. Now, that does have a limit, and it can be exceeded by certain aircraft, where in a tight holding pattern, for instance, you can exceed the limitations of the gyro. Well, you correct for that with pendulous vanes. But that's a precession that's only induced from a mechanical limitation of the gimbal, if that's what you call it.
But this precession will occur in a direction that is 90 degrees away from the direction that the force was applied to it.
The gyro will resist any force that attempts to change its plane of rotation.
Right, so in that statement, it remains fixed in space.
This leads to the principle of precession. When a downward force is applied here, the gyro moves, but not in the direction of the applied force. Instead, it moves at right angles to the applied force. The gyro maintains its attitude while the Earth turns under it.
Is it just me, or is this showing the gyro physically changing its orientation? It's vertical in this one and horizontal in this one. Am I missing something? I can't see, it's too blurry. Regardless, if that was the case, if there's some deviation in this gyro, then obviously we'll see it in the pitch data provided by the NTSB, if that's the claim.
Every 6 hours, the gyro drifts through 90 degrees.
If it's saying it's drifting through 90 degrees, these two are parallel. It's not drifting at all, if that's the claim.
In relation to the Earth's surface. In order for the gyro instrument to be dependable, drift must be corrected continuously.
So is it saying that gyros drift? Because if gyros drift, then you would need to see that corrected for, and I'd want to see it corrected for on the NTSB pitch data. I mean, show. It's just that simple. This whole black and white dusty film that allege drift in gyros, then they're denying the principle of a gyro. Now, if you're saying it's doing that because it's going around Earth's surface and therefore changing orientation, well, no. The ground is changing if it's curving away from the fixed orientation of the gyro. And if that is being corrected for, show us the raw data. Show us NTSB data that shows this is the case.
There are several types of erection systems that correct for drift. The principle back of all these systems is based on 3 steps. The direction and degree of drift are measured by electrical or mechanical sensing elements. These elements then control the application of a proper force to the gyro.
Okay, so then this would be registered in the avionic tool that we use to track crashes called a black box. If there's some force being applied to the mechanism of this gyro, then it would be registered. It isn't! There is no drift registered in NTSB pitch data. It's not there. This is bullshit. Now, you can suggest that it's being corrected for, But when I asked to have it shown to me, the answer was, quote, it vanished. Yeah? Now, it's just not there. There is no register of this if it's claimed to be correcting. Nah, there isn't any. It's not on the pitch data. Dave's lying. Yeah, scumbag, Dave. There is no register of this correction in NTSB pitch data. They're dealing with life and death assessment of the wing's chord line with respect to horizontal, measured with a degree. Now, that is what they measure with respect to the Earth that is flat. For the level flight parallel with sea level. That's what's measured. This is definitely not in NTSB pitch data. Dave McKeegan's a liar if he's suggesting it is.
And it precesses back to its normal attitude.
I'm done. I don't want to get annoyed with Dave McKeegan. He's an annoying prick. So, I mean, do you really want to cover this on the live show?
I wasn't made to wait any length.
I'd rather have a nice, relaxed day, to be honest. And I'm already irritated with Dave. Because
a system called pendulous veins, where air is blown down the inside.
Yeah, I covered this, didn't I, a second ago? Yeah, pendulous veins, like if they're in a tight holding pattern. Yeah? Like over-exceeding the mechanics of the gyroscope. Yeah, you'll have to correct for that. But that's not something that you wouldn't notice, yeah? You'd see it in the pitch data, for example, yeah? In the black box information that we've got from the NTSB, we'd see it. It's not there. Make no mistake about it. Earth's being measured flat by the NTSB. The National Transportation Safety Board are expected to register every little nuance of this plane and its trajectory. Now, this shite that's being peddled by Dave is not in the pitch data. Now, I've asked Dave's little flying monkeys to show it me in the pitch data, and they hadn't got it. As I explained yesterday, what they appealed to was Bob Nodell, a flat earther with a broken gyro. Not one in an aeroplane, not one fit for muster, one that was drifting, defying the principle that would be required to show the data as per the NTSB pitch data that we rely on. The life and death data that's used to investigate crashes, when the flight stops being straight and level with respect to sea level and crashes into the ground. The ground that's being measured flat, not curving, and no deviation is being registered or correction is being registered to the gyro in those avionic tools that we rely on from the NTSB. Not some crap old dusty black and white film from 50 years ago. Au contraire. We rely on bang up to date NTSB pitch data. That's the National Transportation Safety Board. That's what we're relying on. And they're investigating life and death. It's not some crappy old documentary. We're talking about measurements of Earth.
Inside of the rotor and exits through slots around the bottom. These slots are covered by metal frames. The gyro will naturally hold rigid in space, but the frame...
So if a gyro holds rigid in space and it's registering a plane's wings with respect to the horizontal and measuring it with a degree, then that is precisely what is shown in the measurements of Earth on NTSB pitch data. They're relying on it remaining fixed in space. That's why they use gyroscopes to remain in level flight. Now, Dave's suggesting that there's a correction. No, there isn't. He's a liar. There is no correction in the raw data that we provide you with from the National Transportation Safety Board. That is raw data of an Earth being measured flat. No corrections are logged. No corrections are being added by the NTSB. And if the gyro is in any way deviating from what its principal motion must be, that's fixed in free space as Dave has just explained, then I would expect that to be shown when people's deaths are investigated. Now, it isn't, and I'm going to rely on the NTSB not being shysters and charlatans like Dave here when they suggest that there's some deviation that isn't logged in NTSB data. It just isn't logged. This drift isn't there. Dave's a liar. Now, the pendulous veins moving the gyro would be registered if there was a tight manoeuvre like a holding pattern. But we'd see it. We'd see it on the registered data from the black box. No such data measures or registers any deviation based on a suggestion of a curve. What we actually do is measure the plane nose up with respect to the horizontal that it's being measured against. That's what we actually measure. There is no Earth curve in avionic equipment. It's measuring Earth flat. Dave's just explained why we use gyros, because they remain rigid in space. If they're drifting, they're broken.
Pieces around it are free to move, so they will naturally hang vertical due to gravity.
Right, no, Dave, gravity is not a force. You have been instructed by Dave Musa that you can think of it as a force, if you will. Meanwhile, the solid nature of the gyroscope in air will dangle freely. Meanwhile, in terms of the assertion that we've got a gravity force making things go down, I only need to look up at the clouds to know that there isn't a force of down forcing things in mass to go towards the ground. Because clouds have got mass in your stupid worldview of gravity, and they ain't going down towards the ground. Quite the contrary. You've got the water cycle with gas vapours going up. That's relative density. It's less dense than the medium. Therefore going up. In the case of the fixed, rigid in space, gyroscopic motion, it's doing so in air. And it's a solid hunk of brass, most likely. So this has nothing to do with gravity.
So when the gyro is vertical, all the exits are equally covered.
By vertical, a concept you can't have on a spherical belief that you hold. You've got in and out only on a ball. There are no horizontal planes of reference from a sphere. In and out only. Dave's appealing to vertical, something that's only perpendicular to a plane. That's how gyroscopic motion works with respect to the horizontal reference. In this case, Earth's surface, when measured in black boxes. No drift logged, no corrections measured. Let's make it clear. Earth is being measured flat when they investigate death.
Covered in all directions, but when the gyro tilts, it opens up one of the holes and covers the other.
Okay, so show us where that happens in the data from a black box. Spoiler. It doesn't. That's what we show when we say Earth's measured flat. Any deviation would be registered and isn't. Now, if, on the other hand, this plane entered a tight holding pattern, then there's a chance, small though it might be, that you exceed the mechanical limitations of the gyroscopic motion and require pendulous vanes to correct that. Mechanical inaccuracy. Meanwhile, that would be logged in the black box, without doubt. We'd look at it, just in case the plane crashed during being in a holding pattern that was quite tight. Maybe it fell into a stall. They'd need to investigate that. And they do, so they register every minute movement. And no deviation for an Earth curve is registered. In fact, quite the contrary. The plane is nose up with respect to horizontal for hours and hours and hours, as per the flat Earth measurements from black box data. That does not have any of this crap that Dave's lying about if he's going to suggest that this is what we actually measure when we measure Earth.
Which then causes more air to escape from one side. This causes a force to be applied to the gyro and will push it back towards vertical.
Yeah, in a tight holding pattern, that's exactly what pendulous vanes are for. Correct, Dave. What's this got to do with Earth being claimed to bend away from the horizontal plane of reference we measure Earth with in black box data for the pitch of the plane to be above horizontal? Oh, nothing. Dave's just a bullshitter. And getting dangerously close to alleging that a so-called curve is going to be measured in the black box. No, it isn't. And they're not accounting for it by forcing a mechanical inaccuracy with pendulous vanes. Because we'd see it in the black box data and it isn't there. What is on the black box data is a demonstration of the plane remaining in level flight with respect to sea level, with its nose up with respect to the horizontal plane of reference that's measured in pitch data from black boxes. Davey is just a shyster, a bullshitter.
Alternatively,
Okay.
you can get...
How are you?
I'm alright, I'm starting
Good
to get things
afternoon.
fixed. So I've
Good
done
evening.
surprisingly well with microphones to the point where I can actually purchase things. So my Lite broke, and as you saw in the intro, I managed to actually replace the broken part with money that I have, which is amazing. I also bought myself a shock mount and took one of the ads down that I'd got up for a microphone that I was selling. Coincidentally, the same microphone that Simon Dan uses. So I've taken that down, so I've got a couple of those microphones in case I ever end up in a scenario where we're going to record a guest in this space where I've acoustically treated. And that's good. Well, it's going to tell you. Tested that earlier with my daughter. So her and I made a little podcast, if you want to call it that, where we checked how well two dynamic mics would work in the same room. My Stream Deck has started playing up, even though it's a brand new Stream Deck. And by brand new, I mean I haven't dropped it. It replaced one that has been dropped that was doing the same thing. Although since I've plugged it into the front of the USB-C connection on the front of my computer, it seems to have stopped causing that problem. So maybe it's just that I've got an extension lead on it and that's the problem. In any event, other than that, everything's going reasonably well. How are you, Neil?
I could go for some housekeeping questions.
Okay. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curvature?
There must be.
There must be.
Yeah, because David Attenborough has been knighted, and he's trusted by the highest authority of this land, and he's a heliocentrist, Nathan. So there must be a geometric sphere edge.
It's like saying Copernicus was a Christian because he was doing the work of the Roman Catholic Church when he used their telescopes. Now, yes, he was. But because everybody was, that's what you did. The information about heliocentrism would have been passed down to the general common man via the church, because everyone went to the church. That's how it was back in the day. So it's one where I'm pushing the fact that in the information age, there's only one thing that you can do if you've got an old rhetoric like heliocentrism that was passed down from the church on a Sunday, and that's outweigh the amount of noise that we make when pointing out that Earth was always and always will be measured flat. Now, if you can get people apologising for how flat it is by saying things like, we self-correct gyroscopes for Earth's curvature, look how pendulous vanes work, you can go, okay, well, that will fly, no metaphor or no pun intended, with the audience that hears that more than they hear us going, well, we just measure Earth flat with gyros. Look, here's straight and level flight. You never heard a flight controller tell a plane to ascend to a certain flight level? Well, there's a reason they use that terminology. It's because that's what they're doing. Now, if your opponent, in this case, with a pretend argument where Earth is assumed to be flat to create a ball, to then argue that it isn't flat by people who believe in the ball, that's stupid nonsense that we've been taking part in for the last 10 years. That'll die eventually, because people will recognise how Earth's measured in the face of the loudness level of people saying, yeah, it's flat, but only locally, like Dan's currently doing. And that doesn't mean that we can't eventually use spherical trig on a massive scale. We correct for balls all the time, says Dan. Now, that will wash for a while. But what's he really doing? Well, he's apologising for how measurements of an Earth that's flat are used by surveyors, according to him, over a 50-kilometre distance. The apology being, but that's because we wouldn't use spherical trig at 50k. It's perfectly fine to use flat Earth trig. Straight baselines, flat triangles, yeah. That is what we do, and Dave and Dan and whoever else refers to any Earth measurements will just say, well, that's only local, like it makes any difference. We do and are and will always measure Earth flat. When any of the numpties who oppose us, the noise I'm describing, try to suggest that, yeah, it's flat locally, but that's stupid to say it doesn't mean we're on a big ball. Well, okay. But we don't get any ball measurements. What we do is we get conversions to balls from flat measurements. That's what we've been pointing out for the last 2 years. Where's the ball come from then? Where's the radius value measured? It's a minimum angle to Polaris, or, Al-Biruni's method, a derivation of your height above surface level, measured with surface level with normal 50k of trig, like Dan's apologising for, to get the height of the mountain. In other words, we measure Earth flat to go up the height of a mountain, and then keep Earth flat with parallel eye level, so the derived maths of a point below the surface level we just measured flat can infer the sphericity with a radial derivation, not measurement. All of the measurements were of the height of the mountain off a flat Earth, your height off the flat Earth surface level, and your parallel eye level that you'll use to calculate the difference when
You can't do that.
I can't, what?
I can't go out. I can't do this. For a start, if you're going to claim spherical trig, you'll have to produce this spherical trigonometry.
I'm not Danny.
You just claimed it. You just said it a minute ago.
I'm
Right.
reiterating, stop. I'm reiterating Dan's position in the matter. His claim is, yes, we measure Earth flat locally, 50k locally, for the height of the mountain locally. It's all fine. Yes, perfectly fine to use normal trig, because as flat Earth approximations go over short distances locally, it's okay to measure Earth flat, because on a bigger distance, we'd use spherical trig. Now, I know what's coming from Brian. I should be saying there is no such thing as spherical trig. There's just trig. There's no such thing as spherical geometry. There's just geometry. This is nonsense waffle from people who want you to believe that once you convert flat Earth measurements into a model that's spherical and then create PZX bending triangles on a surface that's created from an equatorial plane inside a globe you're measuring from within, that those called spherical trig and spherical geometry is just trig and geometry after a conversion to a globe that you'll never measure the surface of. You're always within a globe, measuring a glorified protractor. But me going through that when I'm just explaining that Dan's apologies are as follows. Yes, we measure Earth flat, locally. It's just locally. And that's fine to use normal trig. What? Flat Earth trig. Normal trig. Locally, says Dan. But that's because it's a really big ball and we do measure it ball-shaped. He doesn't example where. He doesn't detail what spherical trig is. He doesn't give any spherical geometry. He just assures his audience that, yes, we can measure it flat because we measure it at a bigger scale, ball-shaped. That's it. I'm just explaining that, Brian. That's it.
Yeah, I understand that Dan is saying it, but Dan is also saying the term, as you used a minute ago, flat Earth trig. There's no such thing. This was one of the things that we want to say, yeah, was there isn't a just trigonometry. Just like there's just geometry. The rhetoric that these people use, they use it to infer that there is such a thing as a flat Earth trig and a spherical trig. There isn't. There isn't flat Earth geometry and spherical geometry. There isn't. There's just trigonometry and geometry. And what they're trying to infer, they don't even understand. This is the point. Dan could not tell me where these plain spherical triangles came from or how they're created. He wouldn't be able to tell you. I can nearly guarantee he won't be able to give you the full...
Well, I can.
Some semblance of it. Fair enough. 1 second, but he can't. Now, I'll go on to the next point in a minute because we're on this one at the moment. Go on.
Well, that's it. I mean, all we're saying, well, actually, coincidentally, this is the diagrammatical example of the equatorial plane I've just exampled. I'll just pause this screenshot. Just 1 second, Brian. Can you see this in the Hangout?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Well, this is what, when I say Earth's a glorified protractor, this is the diagrammatical example of exactly that when I'm saying it. You've got you on this cutout in the centre of a sphere Earth that creates the PZX triangles, which would be the curved so-called sphere Earth geometry or sphere Earth trig. as a different example, when they say, well, when we add up the triangle on the surface of the ball Earth model, it adds up to more than 180. And you're like, what does? If you've got this line meeting this line here, that's not a triangle. That's two bent lines meeting. What you've actually done, though, is plotted out a point from this, the equatorial plane, to the enlarged, although you wouldn't fit it on this screen, celestial sphere that would wrap around this. But all of it's modelled with respect to angles that you would measure from in the ball, through the ball, to star positions outside of what becomes a glorified protractor, globe Earth. That they think that because you can then mathematise those PZX triangles on the surface of this glorified protractor, that means that somehow that's spherical trig working, where the flat Earth angles that are measured off Earth's surface to create those positions, PZX triangles that is, like they don't exist. It's like, no, we checked. We measured the angles. They're measured off this bit. The flat plane, it's called the equatorial plane if you want to reference what's actually being used to tie to a surface level measurement of Earth. It'll be converted from the PZX non-angles with an angle measurement off a tangent plane into the globe Earth to make it function, or it'll just be shown directly on the equatorial plane as a straight up angle through the globe Earth to a surrounding sphere. Now, how do you create this globe in the first place to put you inside it, right? What do you do to create it? Well, you measure the angle to Polaris at its minimum. That's the equator. Well, how do you measure it? Well, with a flat Earth elevation angle. Earth's measured flat to create this ball. Now, like when Brian's saying they wouldn't understand what spherical trig really is, as I've just tried to unpack it in the most concise way possible on a live stream, that's a complicated methodology. But you, Brian, is suggesting that they wouldn't know how to unpack that. Correct? Is that what you're suggesting when they say spherical trig or spherical geometry?
Well, yeah, they couldn't know how to unpack it. They don't know what they're talking about. They think spherical triangles exist. They don't realise that what they're calling spherical trigonometry is just, spherical geometry is just geometry. They don't understand that. And more to the point, what they don't understand is where it actually comes from. What man will call a PZX triangle is actually just a pre-assumption of a celestial dome. That's all it is. So when they have angles to three separate celestial bodies in the sky, they decide that the distances between them are curved and create a dome out of it. Then that's off of the flat plane we stand upon, we live upon, off a mean sea level basically. But we don't stand on mean sea level, but you know what I'm saying? It's off of that. We're off of sea level. So the point being is that what they'll then do is reproject halfway between us, or some way between the actual flat reality we live on and this mathematical sky dome they will have created. They'll project a globe, like a globe's hemisphere. That's what they'll project, and that's what they do. There is no such thing as a PZX triangle. If people are talking about some curved thing in the sky, that's not a triangle. None of that is a triangle. You cannot curve a triangle. It's not a triangle anymore. No matter what way you twist or turn it, no matter what fancy name you give to it. Right. Even what, like, see that flat, see on your presentation there, see that flat square there. That is what they're trying to claim is locally flat. This is absolute nonsense. Everything they have to do involves the flat plane. There is anywhere in history where they've actually or anything. It's a pre-assumption that's based off of the pre-assumption that the sky is curved. And they know that it's not. They just do it mathematically curving it so they can then project the ball within it off of the same flat plane. The whole thing is a complete sham.
Yeah, so at the moment what's going on is I'm pointing out that Earth is measured flat, and Brian's pointing out that if you want to convert the model and assume that what you're measuring is from the surface, then you've got a single tangential point that doesn't form angles, and then you measure this area locally flat. I'll just say that again. You measure it, that's Earth, flat. You, ball believers, you measure Earth flat. There is no getting away from this. Ever. Now, if you want to deny how your Earth functions, you can deny the tangent plane that will later be converted to the equatorial plane inside the ball. That's where we've got these diagrams from. They're yours. Yeah. Where do you think we got this from? Think it's mine? You think I made this? No, it's how a ball functions when you measure Earth flat. So what are you going to do when I point this out and you understand at any level how you functionally measure Earth, like Dan's figured out? He's got to apologise for how he's going to measure Earth flat locally for 50k. Now, is he going to deny that flat Earth measurement? Of course not. He's measured it 1,000 times with his audience participating for an elevation angle off Earth's surface. So he's measuring Earth flat and he damn well knows it. So he's never going to contest what I say. All he can do is apologise for how he will measure Earth flat. But that doesn't mean it's flat. What is Nathan, some kind of dum-dum? Listen to what Dan's saying in his video about me. He's explaining that just because Nathan says it is what we measure, yeah, what you measure is Earth flat, and I'm saying it is what you measure. Dan's saying we measure Earth flat, but that means it's a really big ball. Yeah, that's where we're at. You measure Earth flat, I measure Earth flat. We have always measured Earth flat. That's how it gets measured. Always, without exception. Now, when Dan looks into Nathan's claim that Earth gets measured flat, he'll validate it 1,000 times. He won't say I'm wrong. He'll go and get his audience to measure elevation angles to the sun 1,000 times. When Dave McKeegan says Nathan's a numpty, he says we measure Earth flat, he'll go and he'll measure Earth flat with elevation angle measurements to the sun in Antarctica. These are facts. Now, if you don't understand this because you're thick, that's my audience, probably the globe-believing side, then that's fine. Go and ask Dan, because he understands how flat Earth must be measured with basic trig, and understands how he's got to apologise for how it's acceptable to measure Earth flat with normal trig, because he does measure Earth flat. Always, without exception. Prove me wrong, because so far we've got Dave in Antarctica measuring Earth flat with elevation angles for a 24-hour period, and we've got Dan getting 1,000 members of his audience to go out and measure Earth flat with elevation angle measurements. This isn't you debunking me, lads. It's you apologising for how globe-shaped it isn't when you measure Earth flat. Locally! Obviously, we've got negligible curvature when we measure Earth flat. Okay, so if I summarise your position, you don't measure any curvature locally because it's negligible. Therefore, because of the lack of curve that you're measuring, that means you're not measuring any. It's okay, says Simon Dan, to measure Earth flat. Why would we measure it curving? Obviously, we can convert these flat Earth measurements to be inside a sphere after we measure this flat Earth. But it's a tangential plane to a ball that we've assumed in this model when we measure Earth flat. So nobody's going to be disagreeing with me. Nobody's going to be providing National Transportation Safety Board information that deviates from the flat plane we measure with raw data. Those are the measurements of Earth. Now, does that sound alien to anybody when they hear a flight controller telling a plane to go to a flight level? And the flight level's parallel with sea level? Now, Earth was always being measured flat by everyone. There wasn't ever an exception. And you don't need to be a rocket surgeon to wrap your head around just how flat Earth is being dealt with, just go and listen to anything that's got any life or death scenarios attached to it, and you'll understand immediately why Simon Dan's apologising for the flat Earth measurements locally that you're measuring Earth with and surveying Earth with. Now, Dan can call it's just a flat Earth approximation when they survey Earth. It's not. They're measuring Earth flat. They're surveying it. Now, he can say it's for convenience that you measure Earth flat. And it's just because we have negligible curvature when you measure Earth flat. But you do measure Earth flat. There's no exceptions to these facts, ever. And moving forward, we're going to start putting people on blast if they start suggesting that any life or death aircraft raw measurements from black boxes are having deviations hidden by the NTSB. If they're not on the graph, and that's raw data, it is, then that's what is being shown to us as being assessed when people's deaths are investigated. And I won't have a single one of you globe-believing retards pour scorn on the death investigations that the NTSB do when they show us Earth being measured flat. I'm not going to hear about, we've got self-correcting pendulous veins. It's just not shown on the NTSB flat Earth measurements in the raw data. I'll do as I've done previously and insist that you show me where we've got these necessities for correction that aren't being shown in the raw flat Earth measurements from the NTSB. They're just not in there. Now, if they're correcting something, you better damn well show us. Go ahead.
Is somebody claiming that pendulous veins are correcting for Gorbachev?
Dave.
You're serious?
Mercury-erected gyros that use a small container of mercury. When the gyros tilt off a vertical, gravity will still cause the mercury to sit level to the aircraft's local horizontal, but if the container isn't level, then the mercury will eventually touch one of several switches inside the container.
Perfect. I'm laying down the gauntlet for Dave. Show us this in NTSB pitch data. Should be pretty easy. Spoiler alert, it isn't in there. Now, if Dave's suggesting that this is in there, then he's suggesting that NTSB are meddling with the raw data of the flat Earth that's being measured for the parallel flight with respect to sea level, measured for the chord line of the aircraft's wings to be above the horizontal plane of reference that is measured by the NTSB when they investigate people's deaths. So Dave's a bullshitter. This is not in NTSB pitch data. He won't show it. Earth is being measured flat. And all Dave's doing is lying to you if he suggests that there's anything other than a flat Earth measurement in the NTSB pitch data. This is not in there.
Well, what was he just referencing there in that clip? Well,
He's saying pendulous veins. This is his reference to pendulous veins.
They work via vacuum. They work via vacuum pump. That's why pendulous veins work. They don't work via mercury.
This switch will trigger a reaction from a torque motor that is attached to the gyro to gradually pull the gyro back to vertical. Aircraft typically change attitude at a rate of a few degrees per second.
Pause. Yeah, they don't do that. This is all completely false. No. What the pendulous veins, the purpose of pendulous veins was to stop the gyro from losing its orientation, that being horizontal. That's the whole purpose of the pendulous veins. What pendulous veins do is they increase the rigidity in space. They stop precession and any other movement that can happen, especially in a fighter jet. But it doesn't happen much with a commercial. See, this is what he doesn't even know. In commercial aircraft, there's hardly any ever need for the pendulous veins. They have them in there, but there's never really any major need for them because they don't do all the acrobatics that a fighter jet does. So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's true, but he's just made a claim, right? What he's just said is that the plane changes.
I'm trying to sort something out here. Forget Dan. for a moment, right? Can you
Dave.
please tell me, Nathan, right, when they're coming in for descent, which can be anything from 80 to 150, maybe more miles, how come the pendulous veins stop working then?
They don't.
How come the Yeah, they don't. But according to Dan, they do.
Dave.
By implication, they stop, or Dave, whichever, the same idiot, right? According to whichever one of these idiots, right? According to them, they do, because according to them, they must be self-correcting for something that won't be part of the descent formula that they will use.
Yeah, but it's not, right? I'm just going to say it again, just one more time, Brian, right? I appreciate what you're doing, and to be perfectly honest, I've got 99% of my information in this regard from Brian, so I shouldn't really step on him. It's a bit disrespectful. But nevertheless, we've got pitch data. According to Dave's statement, which we'll hear again in a second, the plane is changing its degrees, which would be with respect to horizontal, as measured in pitch data. And I'm saying, show us it in the pitch data. Now, again, I'll do the same thing I did last time. Spoilers. It's not there. Dave is a bullshitter. Now, he's suggesting to his dumb audience that this happens when we are in commercial flights. Now, his black and white movie that is appealing to won't trump data from black boxes investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board when they investigate people smashing into the ground. And when they measure the altitude of the plane with respect to the surface level, that's sea level, with altitudes measured with altimeters, and pitch with respect to the chord line of the wings above a horizontal plane of reference, everything that I've just described is measured off a flat Earth and shown in the raw data of pitch in NTSB black box data. Now, Dave will never show you the claim that he's about to make when I repeat this statement that he just made, because it does not happen.
To gradually pull the gyro back to vertical. Aircraft typically change attitude at a rate of a few degrees per second.
Right? So I'm going to lay down the gauntlet. Here's my challenge for Dave McKeegan. Show that in pitch data from the NTSB, lest you be burnt in hell as a lying shitbag. Again, spoilers, it's not in there. Dave's a liar. This is not what we get from the NTSB pitch data when we measure the aircraft with respect to Earth's planar level surface, measured from sea level. For straight and level flight, when raising in altitude measured off sea level, when told to do so by air traffic control with the command to rise to a certain level. These things are axiomatically flat, and that is precisely what the NTSB measurements show. Dave's just claimed that planes typically change their orientation. We'd see it measured in pitch of the plane. It's not true. Dave's lying to you to make you believe that you're on a ball.
That's it. It's worse than that. What Dave is actually doing there is he's denying, number one, he's denying the lift effect. Because what he's claiming there would mean that lift would be impossible. Number one. Number two, he's denying the actual use of pendulous vanes. And what they actually do, he's trying to sell a story of them doing something that they can't do. They're doing the complete opposite of that. Number three, right, he's denying the descent, how a plane descends from what's known as top of descent. How that plane goes from whatever altitude down to 1,000 feet above the airport. They use a triangle for that, a right angle triangle. And that's what they do. He's denying that. And the baseline, the adjacent of that triangle could be anything from 70 to even heading for 180, maybe more sometimes. It depends on the situation. Miles. You know what I mean? You'd have an average of 100. And maybe
yes, you're talking about things like, I think it's called the ILS.
What? No, forget. No, I'm talking about top of descent. I'm talking about top of descent. Forget about ILS for a moment. Top of descent, we're talking about pendulous vanes, we're talking about the lift effect, and the pitch data from the NTSB. So Dave is in opposition to the lift effect. He's in opposition to pendulous vanes and how they actually work, what they're actually designed to do, what they actually do. And he's in opposition to how a plane descends and how it takes off, right? And the calculations they use for that, which is trigonometry, and he's in opposition to the NTSB and the pitch data, and to all the flight data, because there's more than pitch in there that destroys them. So he's in opposition to all those things. Dave doesn't know what he's talking about. Dave's an idiot.
Sure, but what I'm saying is the ILS measures Earth flat for the angle of descent towards the aircraft's final position on a flat Earth. That angle is described with respect to a horizontal plane of reference like all Earth measurements. The ILS is a demonstration of Earth being measured flat, and it's incongruent with Dave's lies about what gyros are suggested to do when he refers to a 50-year-old out-of-date black and white video. We will rely on Earth being measured flat in NTSB pitch data because that's precisely how it is tied to the axiomatic sea level being level and flight level being level and parallel with surface level, because that's how the plane's being measured to fly in the black box data that we rely on. Not some crappy old 50-year-old film that says that when planes' gyros deviate, they can be corrected with pendulous vanes, which is the case if the mechanical drift of the gyro occurs in a tight holding pattern, as I exampled earlier. But we'd see it. It would be measured. And it isn't. What we do get from the measured black box life and death data from the NTSB is a flat Earth. That's what we get in terms of how Earth's measured. Now, Dan so far has conceded his 50k of yes, we must measure Earth flat locally when we survey it, for convenience. I mean, we wouldn't expect to measure anything other than a flat Earth with the negligible curve that Dan apologises for the flat Earth measurements he understands we must measure. But meanwhile, we've got a Dave scenario on our hands where I don't really know for certain, but it seems like Dave McKeegan is suggesting that, what, the NTSB fiddle with the data? Because he's suggesting that planes typically are moving in an orientation away from the pitch up with respect to horizontal that's measured over a flat Earth when they investigate people's deaths. Dave seems dangerously close to disrespecting all the people that have had their lives lost and been investigated by the NTSB. How dare he? It seems very disrespectful. I mean, I will just rely on the raw data and measurements of a flat Earth that are provided by the NTSB. I wouldn't go around suggesting with old black and white videos that the NTSB are fiddling with that flat Earth prerequisite data that's shown to be on a flat Earth with their measurements from the black boxes. I wouldn't expect it to be anything other than the raw data that they're using, and the raw data shows Earth's measured flat.
A plane travelling around the globe at 500 miles an hour
would demonstrate it in the pitch data. What Dave has got on screen now would show in the gyroscopic motion moving in its cage. The gimbal would show this on a graph. Facts. The NTSB pitch data does not show this.
Experiences 0.002 degrees of Earth curve each second.
So therefore I'm going to expect to see that on NTSB pitch data. We don't. The flight remains above the horizontal for the duration of the measured level flight. That's what we have got as the measurements from the NTSB. Dave's a liar. This is not measured. Earth is measured flat.
So you're looking at 100 times difference between the rates of change of a gyro going around a globe.
It doesn't. We've got measurements we checked. Just for the audience's benefit, this hypothetical scenario with a cartoon of a globe and a cartoon of an aeroplane flying around it has been exemplified with the example verbally given by Dave a moment ago about a plane flying around a globe and the variation in the orientation of the plane with respect to a curved surface, if that was the ground. Just so we're all clear. Earth's measured flat. We checked. It's how it was measured in the NTSB flight data from a black box. So Dave's wrong. We know Earth's flat, Dave. We checked. We measured. And the data says contrary to your garbage that you're lying to your audience with while your dog licks you. We checked. Earth's measured flat. Oh, right. Where's the measurements? The National Transportation Safety Board. Black box data used to investigate people who smash into the flat Earth that is measured in that data. It does not show a deviation from the above horizontal pitch orientation of the plane for the duration of its flight. Earth is measured flat. Dave's wrong. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. We checked.
Versus a plane in typical flight.
I've actually got one of these gyroscopes that Dave's talking about, and I could clarify a little bit on how they work.
No, thank you. No. I don't need you to do that, thank you, Nathan. I've got NTSB pitch data, and the NTSB pitch data uses gyroscopic motion to measure Earth's surface with respect to the horizontal orientation the plane remains in when in level flight. The sea level, the level flight, and the flight level that the plane is in is measured with black box data that the NTSB provide. I don't need you or Bob Nodell or Dave to explain anything to me. I don't think a lot of you are getting it. No offence to you, Nathan, in my audience, in my Discord server. We don't need you anymore. Earth's flat, we checked. So you numpties who think otherwise, you're surplus to requirements. I don't need you to tell me how a gyro works. We've got NTSB pitch data. It's a measurement of Earth's surface. And what are they describing? They're describing sea level. Whoever is interrupting me, if you keep doing it, you're going to get removed from this discussion. Shut your mouth while I tell my audience how I don't need you or anybody else to tell me how a gyro works, okay? I'm good. And in terms of how we're measuring Earth, I'm good. I've got NTSB pitch data for that. Don't need you to explain how I don't understand. I'm good, thanks. Earth's flat, we checked. Is that you muttering, Nathan? Well, I've told you not to.
No, I'm saying I agree with you. You're absolutely right.
Thank you for telling me and my audience how correct I am through the middle of me explaining that, Nathan. When you learn to shut your mouth when I tell you to, you can come back into the discussion.
Yes, sir.
Why are you mumbling through me? I don't need your agreement. I don't need anybody. I'm good. I've got measured flat Earth data from an official source that investigates people's lives being lost. Think I need Dan or Dave to explain how frickin' gyro works? I'm good. We measured Earth. We checked. It's flat. You don't need to help us. Now, if you want to tell the NTSB they're wrong, be my guest. I've already given out my email address. It's nathanoakley1980@aol.com. CC me when you tell the NTSB they're wrong with their flat Earth measurements of sea level and level flight. You won't, because they measure Earth flat for a reason. It's because it's flat. Now, I don't need anybody to educate me beyond the measurements I've got. And if you think they're wrong, tell the NTSB. Not me. I'll rely on those flat Earth measurements. And I'll trust that when people's lives have been investigated with them, that they've been investigated correctly with the flat Earth measurements that the NTSB used. I will not be so bold as to pour scorn on the people investigating people's deaths with flat Earth measurements from the black box. I will not do that. Now, Dave here might choose to do that by suggesting with a crappy old black and white video that the plane changes its orientation. No, Dave, you're wrong. It's not measured to do that in the life and death black box data used by the National Transportation Safety Board. They use the flat Earth measurements from the gyro that remains rigid in free space. That's what they use. They measure Earth flat, Dave. They're not doing what you say, and they're not having you explain how they're wrong. I'd love to see Dave telling the NTSB that they're supposed to be correcting for a gyro that's drifting. I mean, it's not. Obviously, it wouldn't be a successful gyroscope if it drifted, when it's supposed to be remaining fixed in space. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they use it for. When they measure the surface level and the height above sea level parallel with it. Yeah, these are all flat Earth axiomatic principles being measured, by the way. None of them suggest curvature, because we're measuring Earth flat. That's the facts in these matters. And after 10 years of being told how stupid I am, now I'm being told by people like Dan about how stupid I am for not understanding that you are all okay to measure Earth flat locally. Well, now I'm shoving it right in your face with the NTSB flat Earth measurements. This dick is never going to show you any deviation. No, they are not changing their orientation every second, as he's just suggested. He's a liar. And I've got flat Earth measurements from the NTSB to prove it. Now, we've already debated this with some of his flying monkeys who came to my server the other night. And what did they tell me? They told me that they got proof that gyros drift. And what was their standard? It was Bob No Dell, a dead man with a faulty gyro, not NTSB data. When I asked them to evidence it in the NTSB data, they said it had vanished. I kid you not. That was the word they used. Now, I pointed out to them that it's just not being measured because it isn't there. What is being measured in NTSB data where they investigate why people have crashed into the surface of Earth, they measure it flat. These are facts that you'll never escape, like Dan's not escaping the flat Earth measurements from the surveyors. These are facts that you'll never escape. Earth is measured flat by everyone always. NTSB pitch data is just one example. Dan and his flat Earth 50k, that's just another example. The examples go on and on and on and on. There aren't any exceptions. We only measure Earth flat.
So these methods of gradually
I could give
moving
a clarifying point. I'm not disagreeing at all with anything that you just said, and I would say excellent. The clarifying point that I would like to give is actually in correction to those who claim that the gyros are correcting for drift.
Okay, let me just address that then. So if anybody wants to suggest that gyros are correcting for drift, my name's Nathan Oakley. My email is nathanoakley1980@aol.com. You will CC me in on your address to the NTSB if you want to suggest that they've hidden the drift that they've accounted for when they corrected it. No, the NTSB aren't fudging the raw data from black boxes. It is not drifting. There is no measurement. It is measuring a flat Earth for surface level measurement to be parallel for flight level. Those are the axiomatic facts when measuring the pitch of the plane with respect to horizontal. And if you want to challenge that because you think, like Dave's suggesting in his video, if you believe Dave, you've got my email address, email the NTSB and tell them they are wrong when they measure Earth flat because they were supposed to be showing the account for the curve that vanished in their measurements of a flat Earth. So make sure you CC me in when you tell the NTSB, not me. I give a flying shit what you numpties say anymore. I've got measurements of Earth. It's flat. We checked. Now, if you want to say that my source is wrong, then you'll be challenging people who investigate death when people smash into the flat surface of Earth, measured off sea level, with altimeters, measured with respect to a horizontal plane of reference for the chord line of the wings, to be above the horizontal when in straight and level flight. Now, we've got these flat Earth measurements and we will rely on them. What we will not do is believe Dave when he tells you gyros drift. If you want to suggest they do, then show me in NTSB data that doesn't have that shown. You won't, so you'll CC me in telling the NTSB that what, they fudged the data? They removed the Earth curve from it, did they? Is that what the NTSB did? Did they remove the Earth curve? Did they make it vanish from the raw data of a flat Earth measurement? No. Nobody will be emailing the NTSB to tell them that they've made the Earth curve vanish from their flat Earth measurements. Nobody's going to be doing that. And if you decide that you're going to email me about it, I'll just reply with, I couldn't care less. I've got flat Earth measured, thanks, by the NTSB. We checked, it's flat.
Spiral back to vertical
I'd
are
like
too
to
small.
fill in if I could have your ear for a moment.
No.
Sorry?
To impact a gyro for typical aircraft movements, but it's more...
Sorry, the typical aircraft movement that Dave said it deviates in terms of its orientation every second. Dave's a liar. And I challenge him to show that in the NTSB data. It's not there. But I challenge Dave to now email the NTSB to point out why this claimed deviation isn't in the information when they investigate people's deaths. Because Dave's suggesting that it should be there. It isn't. The measurements show Earth's measured flat, Dave. This data isn't there. You're a liar.
More than enough to keep the gyro moving to a local vertical as a plane travels around the globe.
Wait, there is no local vertical. I already covered this, didn't I? No, vertical is axiomatically tied to a horizontal plane if you're going to be measuring things. Vertical and horizontal are axiomatically tied together, perpendicular to one another. You don't have that on a globe, Dave. You've got in and out only. There is no horizontal plane of reference on a globe. Are you stupid? Were you dropped on your head? Do you not understand basic principles of sphericity? There is no plane to be vertical with respect to if you're on a ball, you stupid clown. Meanwhile, in NTSB measured flat Earth data, they've got a horizontal plane of reference. It's called sea level. The plane's flying level with respect to that axiomatic flat Earth principle that you don't have on a globe, dum-dum. You've got in and out only if you're going to suggest that the surface is curving. But if you're suggesting that the curving surface is what's measured, I'd expect you to show me on the pitch data. Oh, what's that? It vanished? No, Dave, it's just measured flat.
So with it always slowly moving back to vertical at a faster rate than the plane is moving around the curvature of a globe.
A gyro's not doing this. And if it was, and it was being corrected for this motion that Dave just showed, then it would be measured in pitch data. It isn't. Dave's a liar. There is no correction for the gyro, and the raw data shows it's flat. There's no deviation. If there was one, I'd expect it to be there and demonstrated in the raw data. Now, unless Dave's suggesting that it's been removed by the NTSB, then the simple axiomatic flat Earth measurement remains the black box measurement of Earth. It's flat. We checked. The plane isn't changing its orientation around the gimbal of the gyro, Dave. We'd see it in the measurements. And there aren't any deviations, Dave. The plane remains nose up to the horizon, 4 degrees above the horizontal, whilst in straight and level flight, Dave. That's what we measured. We checked Earth's flat.
Then it is always referencing the vertical from the plane's location.
Sorry, Dave, that's not a vertical. You've drawn a line from within the ball, like when I explained earlier that you're an idiot. Because you've got a line coming out of the ball, because that's all you have from a ball. In and out only. You don't have parallel. You don't have perpendicular. You don't have vertical. You've got in and out only. So where are you going to get your axiomatic flat Earth principle that's measured in the black box data that isn't showing this, Dave? Oh, who cares? The black box measurements of Earth don't show this, Dave. We're definitely not getting a gyro changing its orientation and needing correcting. And if it was, we'd have it measured, Dave. But we checked, Dave. We checked in the black box data. Earth's flat.
Rather than from the gyro's starting position. So its pitch angle will always be in respect to the horizontal of the aircraft, not the horizontal of where the gyro was started up. In reality, if the Earth were...
So according to Dave, the gyro's drifting from when it's erected at the starting position. Okay. Dave, my email address is nathanoakley1980@aol.com. I want you to take this up with the NTSB and explain to them that you say their measured data that does not show this is wrong. I expect to be CC'd in by Dave McKeegan when he contacts the NTSB about their incorrect assertions that the gyro remains fixed and rigid in space, measuring a 4-degree tilt above the horizontal whilst in straight and level flight with respect to the sea level. You see, this would seem kind of stupid to contact the NTSB about this, given that the axiomatic principle of sea level and flight level means that the Earth is level. Like, you can't get away with it. It's how it's measured. And that is what's measured. Dave's suggestion that these orientation changes occur is nothing more than a lie. An egregious lie that flies in the face of the measurements that are used to investigate people's death.
Were flat, then no such features would be needed in an aircraft gyro.
So that's your argument. No such features would be needed to correct for, what, a tight holding pattern? No, you need pendulous vanes for that, Dave. But the measurements of any deviation can be registered in black box data in case the plane crashes into the flat ground. And those measurements don't show any deviation around a curved surface, Dave. So obviously you're going to get in touch with the NTSB and ask them why they've removed them, right? Why they've vanished. And if they're self-correcting, we'll have some raw data to show that, won't we, Dave? Oh, we haven't. We've just got the flat Earth measurements of surface level for the straight and level flight. And if it isn't in straight and level flight, it's heading towards the flat ground, like I can demonstrate with a descent with an ILS, measured with respect to a flat plane. Yeah, everything about flight requires Earth be measured flat, Dave. Like we can show in multiple different ways with the ILS, with straight and level flight, with the pitch of the aircraft, with the horizontal plane of reference that's being utilised. Everything about flight is flat. There's no getting away from it, and Dave's suggestions are just that. A bullshitter trying to suggest that the deviations in the measurements from there aren't any. These aren't in NTSB measurements, Dave. You're just lying. And if they were, you'd show us. We show pitch data because Earth's measured flat in it.
Because all verticals would be parallel.
You don't have that on a globe, Dave. This is an axiomatic principle that requires Earth to be flat. If you're going to apply it to Earth's surface, you've only got in and out on a globe. What kind of a numpty are you?
So the gyro would naturally remain in the same plane relative to Earth.
Dave, you don't need an explanation or an apology for why a gyro does what it does. It remains fixed in rigid space. That's what it does. That's what a gyro's used for, Dave. It's not doing it as an apologetics for being on a globe. That's just what it does. Now, Dave here thinks that maybe that's an apology that a globe is using when a gyroscopic motion spins up and remains rigid. No, Dave, that's just what gyros do.
The very nature of a gyro's rigidity in space.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Dave. They remain rigid in space, and the measurements of the gyros remaining rigid in space, if they're not faulty. I mean, you can appeal to Bob Nodell after he got his hands on a crap reject gyro, one that's not on an aeroplane measuring life and death. I mean, you can appeal to Bob Nodell with a drifting gyro, but the ones that work remain rigid in space and measure Earth flat, Dave. That's correct. Nice that Dave understands the principle of gyroscopes that's useful and used to measure Earth when planes crash into the flat surface of it, measured off surface level, with a descent that you can show in an ILS is only with respect to a flat Earth always. Because that's how it's being measured, Dave, unlike your suggestions of this deviation that happens every second that we don't measure in black box data.
Would be enough for an artificial horizon on a...
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, what Dave is doing is the same thing that they've all done and they continue to do, which is try and hijack vertical and horizontal. These orientations can't exist on a globe. He said if the Earth was flat, all the verticals would be parallel. All verticals are parallel, Dave. All horizontals are parallel. He doesn't know what the pendulous vanes were created for was because precession was causing the gyro to lose horizontal. So the pendulous vanes correct the gyro back to horizontal via vacuum, right? He is trying to hijack vertical and horizontal, but then claim verticals diverge from each other and claim horizontals are continually changing orientation.
You keep chatting for a bit.
Crazy.
I'm going to make a cup of coffee so we can stay live a bit longer if you can keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I will. How pendulous vanes work is the horizontal gyro that's used as the artificial horizon within the attitude indicator has air pumped into it that makes it spin, right? That air is then directed downward where there is 4 ports that are partially covered and slightly offset from the coverings. What happens is that when precession takes hold in, let's say, a fighter jet or something like that, because it's banking hard or whatever, right? What happens is whatever is that what happens is one of the ports open because the gyro swings. So one of the ports open, and instead of the force, because the gyro is spinning, instead of the force coming out that open port, because as that opens, another port closes, what happens is that the force is directed 90 degrees the opposite way, or 90 degrees to the port that's opened, forcing the gyro back, causing the pendulous vanes to force the gyro back into absolute horizontal. That's what they do. There is no such thing as correcting for curvature. The whole purpose of pendulous vanes was to make sure that there is no movement of the gyro. It doesn't do that. Now, besides all that, to create lift, the plane has to have the chord line of its wings above horizontal continually. Any pitch below that starting horizontal will be a drop below horizontal, and it will be officially, any pitch below horizontal is officially a descent. So how can a plane fly with its chord line of the wings above horizontal, right, for thousands of miles, and also fly around the globe? It can't. Horizontal cannot change as an orientation. That can't happen. Now, what I said earlier to Nathan concerning the descent formula, they use a right-angle triangle, and they only calculate for their altitude, right? So what a pilot will do, the pilot is at 37,000 feet, right, in altitude, and they want to end up 1,000 foot above the airport that they're coming into land in, right? So if they're at 37,000 feet and the airport is at 2,000 feet above sea level, let's just say, right, then they will calculate for 34,000 feet because they want to be 1,000 foot above the airport, and the airport when they come in to do their final landing, and the airport is 2,000 feet above sea level. Now, there's a lot more goes into it because you have to deal with stuff that might be in the way of coming into land, like mountains and different things like that. But besides all that, like that, because that kind of thing will change the distance that they have to decide to start coming into the send form, right? But the point being is that the distance is a horizontal distance. It's calculated as a horizontal distance because their altitude is calculated as a vertical height. So if their calculations for 34,000 feet, then the length that they're going to have to deal with for the length of the adjacent will have to adhere to that. So that could be 90 miles. It depends on what, as I said, on different elements, different airports, what they're flying into. It could be 110 miles. It could be 160 miles. So does the pendulous vanes decide to stop correcting for curvature for that 160 miles? Do you know what I mean? These things don't happen.
Brian, may I interject? You're absolutely right that the pendulous vanes are not correcting. They're for Earth curvature or Earth drift. One thing I want to clarify on is that we can't conflate. There's a few different types of gyroscopes. Now, the type you're speaking about is a mechanical pneumatic gyroscope, which uses pendulous vanes, and the kind that Dave McKeegan is talking about is a mechanical electronic gyroscope, which has the mercury switches in it. Also has been brought up interferometry types of gyroscopes, the ring laser, the fiber optic, etc. And these each operate on different principles.
Just a second.
The claim that Dave McKeegan.
All gyroscopes, hang on 1 second. All mechanical gyroscopes have two functions of power, vacuum and electricity. They can both work off vacuum or electricity. Now, he can't talk about a ring laser gyro because they're only in the inertial navigation system, which is a separate, which we can go into, but we'll be talking about separate. That is completely separate from what's going on. Although it proves it flat out, without a doubt.
Yeah.
All of it proves it flat out.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about ring laser gyros, you have to talk about the inertial navigation system. Because there's no ring laser gyro in the cockpit, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. So the type that Dave McKeegan is talking about, the mechanical electronic, they have zero pneumatic operation. They're operated by electric motors. And this is the type that has the mercury level switch. And this is the type that I actually have, and I've been doing testing. It shows absolutely stationary Earth because the navigational grade gyros should detect the 15 degree per hour as well. But I believe the claim that Dave McKeegan is making with the mercury switch is that, and this would be like, so with Nathan Oakley, he's claiming we have NTSB data. Absolutely. Dave McKeegan's claim is that this is the input for the data. So it's correcting, he's claiming that it's correcting the actual data, like before we have the black box output. Now, he's wrong. Dave McKeegan is wrong, but I'll explain
Correcting what?
and clarify how he's wrong.
Correcting what?
The
Yeah, I know what this
McKeegan
man is saying.
claims.
1 second.
I think
What this man is saying, Nathan, what this man is saying is what Dave is trying to claim concerning these mercury switches in this electrically powered gyro, right? What he's trying to say is McKeegan's trying to say that it's giving out the output of a flat Earth after it's corrected for globe. Right? This is what he's trying to say. That's the basis
Corrected
of
what?
McKeegan's trying to say.
You're saying corrected for globe. What do you mean? What's for globe mean? What's the correction?
He's trying to say
that's that's the big claim of Dave McKeegan.
Yeah,
I'll explain
you're not
and
listening.
clarify how
What
it's
is
a baseless
being
claim.
corrected?
The data output.
So you're saying there's an output that needs correcting. Okay, well, then I'm going to need to see that raw data pre-correction.
Right. And I'd like to clarify, I've seen the raw data from my gyroscope. So if I could have your ear for a moment, I'll explain how that mercury level switch device actually works within the
need to.
mechanical electronic.
If it was being initiated, it would be registered in the NTSB data, wouldn't it?
Well,
that's not what Dave is saying.
I believe
what
Dave's claim is that this correction happens before the data. So it's in the actual.
What correction? We're going around in circles. You're saying there's a correction.
Yeah.
Correcting from what?
So his baseless
give me a
claim
second,
is
Dave.
No, Brian, just chill.
Dave McKeegan's baseless claim is that the data output of a mechanical electrical gyroscope with the mercury switch that he goes on about is correct.
I've heard you tell me it's correcting 3 times. I've heard you tell me this. You've just repeated yourself again. It's very frustrating. What is the correction? What's being corrected? Are you suggesting that the gyro is drifting and that's what's being corrected?
I'm not. No.
No. What's Dave suggesting that's being corrected?
Yeah, and I'm going to explain why it's wrong. So
not yes. Oh my God, I'm just going to close the line to you. If you don't play ball with me, I'm going to ask you one more freaking time.
I'm trying to answer.
What's being corrected?
Nothing. He is claiming that something is being corrected.
And what's that something? For the love of God, this is irritating.
He's claiming that the curve is being corrected.
What curve is being corrected?
Of Earth.
Are we talking about gyroscopes?
Yeah.
And the gyroscope is allegedly being corrected. So what is the gyroscope being corrected for?
So its original orientation, as you've noted, is rigid in space. It starts out on a level takeoff on the runway, right? That's the initial orientation, XYZ, and the gyroscope. And so Dave's claim is that the mercury switch is continually making it level as you fly over a curve.
A mercury switch is making the... So the
Incorrect.
correction is the gyroscope moving from being rigid in space.
No, I believe his claim is that it's correcting for the curve of the Earth, not its rigidity.
What's the gyro doing that Dave is claiming is being corrected?
He's claiming that the gimbal is rotating
Perfect.
underneath.
If Dave is claiming that the gimbal is rotating about the fixed axis of the gyro, then that would be measurable in the pitch data, and it is not. If there's a correction to be made, then the pitch data would show it, because that correction would be factored in when they investigate people's death. It's not there in pitch data. Dave's suggestion that it's self-correcting, then I'd need some raw data to show the original measurement of deviation for the correction, which isn't shown in pitch data. It is not there. So this is Dave apologising, saying that it's already been corrected. No. Then it needs to be suggested, no, measured for me to show next man, when his wife's death's investigated by the NTSB, that it's been accounted for. Automatically or otherwise, I need to see this as raw data from the NTSB. Let's make that absolutely clear. If this gyro is automatically correcting a deviation in the gimbal, then I want to see those measurements from the NTSB. I want to see their paper about this correction when investigating people's deaths. My name is Nathan Oakley. My email address is nathanoakley1988@aol.com, and I expect the person suggesting that there's an automatic correction to this gyro that's deviating, so the gyro's moving in its cage, I want to see that measured. Why hasn't this been taken into account when they've investigated people's death? Why isn't it on the charts? Why isn't it in the black box data? I expect you, not me, to take this up with the NTSB, Dave, because this isn't there when they investigate people's deaths. Now, either the NTSB are ignoring Dave's claimed corrections, or they're hiding them, like making them vanish. But either way, I need, not me, Dave, to get to the bottom of this, because Dave is suggesting that these corrections that aren't logged and aren't measured are what, being removed by the NTSB? It's an outrage. If these aren't being accounted for, as Dave suggests that they are, then they're not doing a proper job investigating people's deaths, because there's a pre-correction that's not being logged. What if that's the reason the plane crashed into the ground, Dave? I'm going to need to see this logged officially for the correction Dave says is there by the NTSB. And if they haven't accounted for it, which they haven't, it's not in the measurements, then why haven't they? This could be the cause of people's deaths, right? So my email address is what I will expect you to CC this in on when you contact the NTSB to tell them that they haven't logged the pre-correcting gyro with the mercury switches, because these are not in the measurements. Those are the facts.
It's not crazy, Dave. Sorry.
Brian, go ahead.
Claims from
Just 1 second,
from Dave McKeegan, because it would be the engineers and the avionics,
whoever it is, they can be the ones that are appealed to, not me. Because if this data's not accounted for, if there's a correction in this gyroscope that isn't measured on this graph from the black box, I want to know why. Now, there's a suggestion that the NTSB are doing it wrong by Dave, because there's an auto-correcting gyro that's not being measured in black box data. Now, I want to know why the NTSB aren't investigating people's deaths correctly, because according to Dave, the self-correcting gyro's not being measured. Why not? People's lives are at stake. Why isn't everything being accounted for? If there's a self-correcting gyroscopic motion that Dave suggests there is, then why aren't they investigating it? Why aren't they measuring it? I'll tell you why. Because there isn't. The NTSB are not doing anything incorrectly. Dave's assertion's incorrect. There is no self-correcting gyroscopic motion. If there was, it'd be measured, it would be documented by the NTSB, and it isn't. What do we get from the NTSB? Well, we get the measurements of the Earth flying over sea level in straight and level flight. That's a flat Earth measurement. So Dave's got to say that there's a self-correction for the curve that we're not measuring? It's an outrage. If that is the case, then Dave better get on the line with the NTSB and tell them to include it. If it's there, if there's a self-correction, according to this liar, Dave McKeegan, then he better get on the phone to the NTSB. Bedney, I'm not going to be doing it. I say that they just measure Earth flat because that's how Earth's measured. I say the NTSB are doing it correctly when they measure Earth flat, when they don't show any self-correcting, vanishing Earth curve. They're just measuring Earth flat because they're investigating the deaths correctly to the best of their ability with the flat Earth measurements from the black box. They're not excluding Earth curve that Dave McKeegan suggests is there being self-corrected but not measured. No, Dave. No, not at all. Far from it, in fact. How dare you?
Yeah, isn't that crazy that he's actually claiming that this gyro with the mercury switches is correcting prior to the data. So it's correcting the data. We're making the data obsolete. Wouldn't that make the data obsolete?
Well, if this is correcting the data, then the data's being messed with before it goes into the black box. What an outrage. People's lives aren't being investigated properly if this is the case. If this gyro's being meddled with, and the meddling of the gyro, the self-correcting meddling that gravity's doing, isn't being measured, then I want to know why the deaths haven't been investigated correctly by the NTSB, and I expect the people who are telling us that the flat Earth that's measured isn't correct, it's actually got self-corrections before the black box raw data. What an outrage. Why didn't we know about this sooner? Deaths could have been avoided if it were true. It's not true. Dave's a liar. We don't have any self-correcting gyros. We've got raw data from gyros. And those raw data measurements of a flat Earth show whether or not the plane is in straight and level flight with respect to sea level. There's no self-correcting gyros. If there was, the NTSB wouldn't be doing their job correctly. And I expect to see this information presented so it could be investigated also if people's lives have been lost. It doesn't exist. It won't ever get investigated. There is no self-correcting gyros in this regard. Dave's a liar.
So the claim that Dave about this self-correction, he gets it from Wikipedia on the mercury switch, where the aircraft attitude indicators use these mercury switches to trigger torque motors to move the gyro position. Now, that actually does happen at startup. It doesn't happen during flight. It happens at startup when you're on the level runway. And this gives you your rigidity, your original orientation. And from that point, the gyro is maintaining that level flight. And on the mechanical gyros with the mercury switch, there is an indicator light that once it spins up and those torque motors get it to level, and then it maintains that level all the way from before takeoff to landing. And this indicator light, if it ever goes or deviates from that, as is claimed from Earth drift. Now, we also need to clarify there's two types of drift. Earth drift, that there is a baseless claim, and drift from the device, which would be mechanical drift.
Precession.
Which these pendulous vanes, his claim is that the mercury switch also corrects for that, but it's not right. This indicator light, once it has level, it stays lit up. Green light, on, go. And it maintains that through the entire flight. And so this is just actually another flat Earth proof, because that mercury switch maintains level the same way the mechanical gyroscope maintains level and puts out the data, which NTSB has. And so I just wanted to clarify on that. So hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
flat
Yeah,
Earth. The only reason aircraft gyros have erecting systems in them is precisely because the Earth isn't flat.
Sorry, it's the erecting system that's just been described by Nathan is leveling the system on the ground, and it's leveling it. So to say that a system used for leveling a gyro when spinning it up and getting it in rigid motion in space to be useful as a reference, you are leveling effectively the gyroscope. And on an old-fashioned gyro, it had a button called cage, where once it's spun up, you press the button and it resets everything on the assumption that your plane is on a level tarmac on the ground. You press the cage button and it achieves the same ends. But as Adam's just as the other Nathan has just explained, that's done on the ground. Dave's now explaining that because Earth's not flat, we need this system to level the gyro. What an absurd notion. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. What Nathan said is totally correct. There's actually, well, I'd make one small correction. Well, not really a correction, right? Because he's correct. He's right. They're literally claiming two drifts. One is mechanical drift, called precession, which is what the pendulum vanes were invented to deal with. The other one is a drift, right, caused by the rotation of a globe, right? Now, what they're actually doing is they're hijacking the mechanical drift and trying to say that is the drift that's connected to their paradigm. No, it is not. That is mechanical drift, called precession. Once again, there is no other drift. There's only one type of drift, and it's accounted for as mechanical drift, and it's accounted for by pendulum vanes. So either these people are just straight out liars or are too stupid to understand these very simple concepts. There's only two options here.
And they do the same thing with the Coriolis of long-range shooting. So they claim it's the Coriolis effect of the Earth, when it's actually a spinning projectile, a bullet, does have a Coriolis effect because it's spinning. It's actually spinning, the bullet is.
No, it doesn't.
So they calculate.
No, it does not. No, it doesn't.
Bullets spin.
Bullets don't have Coriolis effect.
No,
that's wrong.
Maybe there's a different term for it, but they are spinning, and they do have to correct for that spin of the bullet, because if you know the right-hand rule from physics, when the force is applied, it's gonna, in a rotating motion, it's gonna apply a torque and to deviate from where they're aiming.
Yeah.
Why would the bullet spin? Why would a bullet be spinning?
The bullets spin because of rifling in the barrel of the gun.
Yeah.
It makes it more accurate to spin a bullet.
Yeah. But that has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect.
Right, and that's what they conflate. They mix that up and say, see, they're correcting for Coriolis, but it's
that's not what they're mixing up. That's not correct. What they're trying to claim is the Earth is rotating underneath the punch, which it's not.
Right, and they're wrong.
Yes. Coriolis is a claim that Earth turns underneath, because the claim is you observing things look like they drift as you turn underneath. So when you said about the bullet spinning, as soon as you said that the bullet experiences Coriolis because it's spinning, no. In terms of Coriolis effect, the spin is you on a rotating reference frame. So it's you spinning as you observe things that aren't spinning. So in the case of a Coriolis deflection with a ball, the ball is tossed over the top of you spinning on a roundabout. And because you're spinning on a roundabout, the ball that's travelling straight looks like it curves. Well, if this was applicable to Earth, you've got you on a spinning Earth turning underneath aeroplanes. That shortens their flight times. That doesn't happen. Anyway.
Just back to David. I mean, surely...
Hold on one deck. Go ahead, Nathan. Just round out. Go ahead.
All right, just to close on the bullets. So the actual spin of the bullet does cause the bullet to hit differently than where they aimed. And they conflate that with Earth Coriolis. And so this... anyway.
I see what you're saying. You're saying a deviation in a bullet as it spins, having been rifled from the barrel, there's a certain torque that will change the trajectory because of the spin. And they would suggest that deviation, which is an actual deflection of the bullet, is conflatable with Coriolis effect or describable as Coriolis effect, when in reality, if you're going to use a bullet in the example of a Coriolis effect, it's the bullet always travelling straight, immediately violating this example because the bullet's deviating in an actual path. If the bullet's actually curving, then it's not the not actual drift experienced as you turn underneath something moving straight. That drift is a not actual drift. It's an illusion of drift because you turned underneath something, like a ball tossed over a roundabout. You look up at the ball and it looks like it takes a curved path. Well, if the ball was taking an actual curved path, then you're not describing the illusion of Coriolis effect, are you? If the bullet's actually curving, then it's got absolutely sod all to do with any Coriolis effect, because Coriolis effect is the illusion of things drifting. Now, that illusion, if it's to do with aeroplanes, would be me looking up at an aeroplane and going, oh, look, that plane that's travelling straight looks like it's curving, as I turn underneath it, shortening its flight time because the ground's turning underneath it. Now, that doesn't happen. There is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? You and your reference frames are ruined, Nathan. No, Dan. No, these aren't my reference frames, mate. Yeah, I don't need to claim Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes, shortening their flight times till you realise that doesn't happen. Those two reference frames are a globe Earth failure, not mine. Hope that's clear.
I just thought of something. I thought of something, and like, you should respond to, like, I guess what normies would think are good sources. Like when they look up an argument and they're referred to flat earth dot, WS or whatever the website is. Like, we should respond to stuff like that because they talk about Coriolis, and it's like, instead of talking with a Glober who's going to mix and match things and lie and obfuscate to lose the point, we could just be dealing with the original claims.
No, I'm good. I don't need to. Let me explain, Eli. No offence to you. We've checked Earth's measured flat. In every single measurement of Earth ever, it's flat. We checked. Do I need to address the numpty dipshit arguments that the ball Earth creates, having created the ball from those flat Earth measurements that we checked on and were flat? No, I don't need to. I don't need to debate this with anybody anymore. Don't need you, me looking down the camera at globe Earthers who think that I need to discuss this with them. I don't need to discuss this with you anymore. We checked, it's flat. That's how it is measured. You aren't needed anymore. Now, no, that's kind of being addressed to Eli because he's the one saying that we should go and address these numpties who say otherwise. But we've already got the measurements, haven't we, Eli? We don't really need them anymore. The numpties, that is.
Yeah, but my intention really was towards, because it excited me when you, what were you just talking about? I mean, everything that we're talking about, when we're talking about pitch data and we're talking about how, subsequently the gyro's not drifting. So we're getting into the territory of talking about what we're seeing versus what you're expecting on a globe. And it's the closest we've touched on something like that in a while. And all I'm saying is normies, not the people that we actually argue against, but normies haven't heard that stuff. They just Google the stuff and they're like, oh, yeah, well, whatever. They haven't actually heard the rebuttal because it's an ongoing service that you're supposed to be doing. Evergreen, remember?
Yeah, I'll still
You're
be
supposed
here.
to be
What I'm saying is I don't have to
people.
go proactively chasing down our opponents to tell them Earth's measured flat. It always was, and we've checked the measurements show it's flat. That's it. I don't need to.
Well, if you're going to a website, are you attacking an opponent or are you talking about an argument that's false?
Well, I'm saying that they need to create the false impression of an argument by creating these websites. I'm done with them. I don't need them anymore. Now, for the last 10 years, there's been this impression that we have a symbiotic relationship with our opponents while we argue about this subject. Now I'm saying there is no longer any need for any symbiotic relationship. I don't need them to tell me about what I am not understanding when I read flat Earth measurement data. I don't need to talk to Dan or Dave or Craig about the measurements of Earth. We checked, it's flat. That's how it's measured. So they become surplus to any requirements I have to communicate that with my audience. Now, obviously, the door's still open and they can come in and say, you don't understand how when I measure surface level... No, surface level. End of this discussion that never existed. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Captain Edgewise is saying that Brian's wrong about something and he wants to address him. So you could come off mute, Captain Edgewise, and address Brian, because he's not wrong.
Yeah, come off mute.
No, I'm not saying Brian is wrong. I want Brian to clarify something for me, because Nathan was talking the whole time about...
Sorry, you want to clarify something for me? No, I'm good, thanks. I've got NTSB pitch data, Captain Edgeware. We measured Earth, we checked, it's flat. I've just explained to my audience quite explicitly that we don't need you to come along to clarify things for us. We're all good. We've got measurements.
See you next Tuesday.
So was that you saying see you next Tuesday through the top of me telling my audience that we measure Earth flat? Is that what you were doing? Meanwhile, we don't need you to clarify anything for us, Captain Edgewise. I certainly don't need you to call me a see you next Tuesday. Yeah, I'm good. We've got NTSB data. We measured Earth. We checked it's flat. We're good. We don't need you to clarify anything for us. You started off by saying, I just want to clarify. I'm good. We don't need you, thanks. We don't need you to clarify anything. We're good. We've got measurements of Earth. It's flat. Do you want anything from us? Do you need me to clarify anything for you?
Yes, that's what I want to say. I didn't want to clarify anything for you. I wanted some clarification from Brian, because you said there is no error correction, no drift correction. Brian states there is an error correction with pendulum vanes in the air, not only at startup, but also in the air, to keep it level. So my question for Brian is now, when I read the signal of the pitch data, is the error still in the pitch data, or do I get the corrected real pitch value without the error?
I don't understand his question. Do you understand his question, Brian?
Can you say it again? I'm in a kind of a noisy place, and his line is not great.
Once more?
Sure. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you said the gyro is being corrected, right, on a flat Earth to keep it level, to keep it pointing at the same thing, due to the mechanical
It's not
error.
what Brian said. No, let's just clarify that first of all, Captain Edgeware. No, that's what it shows in the measurements of Earth, when it shows Earth's being measured flat. That's what the measurements show. Do you understand that, first of all? You're suggesting it's what Brian says?
Yeah.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
This man, Captain Edgeware, is a baller who is now accepting that Earth is measured flat in the pitch data. There is no further discussion, Captain Edgeware. Can you please not interrupt me while I conclude? We accept, you accept, I accept. Earth is measured flat in this data. There's no discussion to have. I don't care what you interpret Brian to have said. You've just accepted that Earth's measured flat in this data. Again, I'll just reiterate, Captain Edgewise. I didn't need you to clarify this for me. We didn't need any clarity. We checked. It's measured flat. Now, it's nice that you've agreed, but didn't need that agreement. I already knew it was measured flat, like I keep telling you, we checked. And you know it's measured flat too, don't you? I don't hear you agreeing, Captain Edgewise. It's no worries. We don't need your affirmation. We know it's measured flat. We checked. You agreed. That's how it's presented in the data. To have a deviation from it, to correct from it, right? From the horizontal plane of reference we measure. Yeah, that's Earth being measured flat. For this correction you're asking Brian about. But we must first have you on your knees in acceptance of the flat Earth that's measured. So thank you, Captain. Welcome to Flat Earth.
play a short discussion. We'll get down to it.
Say again, John.
I said it's really a discussion. We get down to it.
Didn't understand a word of that.
I think you guys are on Bluetooth. You just got to get off that Bluetooth.
Yeah, it's ruined the flow of the show, but there we go. That's
Can I try
life.
more? One more?
But
No,
once
it's
we've
good.
accepted the
No.
flat Earth measurements in the data, Captain, there's nothing more to discuss here. I'm sure you appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm just speaking with that to see for the discussion.
I can't understand a word you're saying. You got a crap mic. Your mic's a train wreck. Get a better mic.
But I'm not gonna say yes. I'm probably not.
Your mic's a train wreck. Get a better mic.
Yeah, Captain, we can't understand the word you're saying.
What I did understand is your affirmation when you said yes in respect to the flat Earth measurements from the data. We checked, it's measured flat. For you to move forward in terms of your question about a correction from the horizontal plane of reference in the data, you had to accept that Earth was measured as a horizontal plane of reference, and you did, which is nice of you. Now, it wasn't up for contention. That's what the measurements of Earth show. There's no contesting this, and if you do, then you're essentially challenging the National Transportation Safety Board's integrity when they show raw data of a flat Earth that's been measured. It's axiomatically tied to flight level and sea level. So nobody's going to be challenging the NTSB because that's what Earth is measured as, a flat plane. You have to like it. That's how it's measured. We checked Earth's flat.
Flat, non-rotating.
Try once more.
And contained because planes need air pressure to fly, and pressure requires containment.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me? Can I comment a little bit?
You're just as much of a train wreck. Got 3 train wreck mics. Fun.
Just while he's doing that, though, that Dave McKeegan is giving out this fraudulent information. Something needs to be done about that. I mean, this shouldn't be allowed. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. If he's giving out this information where life and death situations, accounts on this information and how devices work, something needs to be done. I think everybody listening to this should contact Dave McKeegan and ask him for this data and tell him that he's incorrect. And it's fraudulent.
Yeah, what he's doing is downright dangerous, is what you're saying. The suggestion that the data's not been accounted for, that there's self-corrections that aren't logged in raw data that's used to investigate death, is an outrage. And it should be stopped. Dave should be stopped with his suggestions that the NTSB raw data has been corrected without any account for it. What an outrage. No, I'm just going to suggest that no, there is no self-correcting, non-accounted for curvature in the flat Earth NTSB measurements of Earth's surface for sea level and parallel flight level. That's just sea level and parallel flight level that's been measured. And this correction that Dave says has been applied to the raw data that they're using to investigate people's death is just Dave being a scumbag. Because it doesn't occur. There is no self-correction. And if there was, I'd expect the NTSB to show that. They don't, because it isn't there. Dave's just a liar. He needs to be stopped.
I agree. They're constantly shouting for you to be stopped, shut your channel shut, and we're giving out correct information. These guys are putting out nonsense.
Yeah, they're suggesting that there's a perversion to the raw data in black boxes. That's what Dave's saying. He's saying that before we get the raw data that the NTSB used to investigate people's deaths, it's already been altered and corrected. That's what Dave's saying. There's no account for it, there's no log of it, but apparently we're using this unaccounted, corrected data that's not raw. No, Dave, you're a lying, shitty scumbag that deserves to belong in hell. That's what you deserve for your suggestions that everybody's death that was investigated by the NTSB just ignored the self-correcting data that you're suggesting wasn't accounted for. No, it wasn't accounted for because it isn't there. Or it would be there, it would be measured. It's not Earth's measured flat in the black box data. We checked Earth's flat. And that is the data relied upon by the NTSB when they investigate people's death. The flat Earth data is what they say explicitly is raw, unaltered data. Dave's a liar. He's saying it's got corrections made to it before they use it for investigation. Scum! Dave needs this channel removed for his misinformation. He's saying NTSB aren't using raw data to investigate people's death. What a scumbag! Bringing into question the NTSB's integrity. What a scumbag! I say the NTSB aren't fudging anything. They aren't taking corrected data. I say the NTSB are using raw data. And Dave's just wrong and a liar.
Why would you have corrections with the gyro? If you had corrections needed for the gyro, is the gyro broken?
Yeah, this is all thoughts.
Is the gyro broken? Is my question. The next question is it self-correcting for elevation? Hello?
These are the questions being put to you, Muppets, not me. So this is explicitly clear. QE is asking you, dickheads, who suggest NTSB have violated the raw data they use to investigate death. These questions from QE are being put to you, idiots, who believe you're on a ball.
Well, the elevation on these flights are pretty much constant at straight and level flight. So if the gyro's being corrected, that number one, that's a faulty gyro. Number two, then the elevation data would have to need correction also. Correct?
Yes, but it isn't. That's not what the data shows.
Also, the Earth's not spinning according to the NTSB.
Yeah, there's no deviation. What Dave showed in his diagrammatical examples of the gyro, which would be corrected and measured if it was true, would also infer that the Earth was turning underneath this gyroscopic example that Dave makes in his diagram. If the gyro is being reorientated, then Earth is turning underneath the spinning reference of the gyro. Therefore, we have a Coriolis deflection. And Earth is turning underneath aeroplanes, shortening their flights when going west, meaning that a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half, instead of the 4.5 hours it actually takes, because Earth is not turning underneath, as Dave suggests in his diagrams.
Wouldn't the pitch of the plane be affected constantly then also?
Absolutely, without question, like he shows in his diagrams. The cage would be the plane around this gyro, alleged to remain rigid in space, with the cage moving around it, which would show in a pitch alteration in pitch data. It is not demonstrated or measured that way by NTSB. What we actually get is Earth being measured as a flat plane. Shockingly, it's for straight and level flight.
Also, there is no nonsensical Coriolis effect with bullets. It's called spin drift.
I didn't know that. Spin drift is what the spin of the bullet force would be, as opposed to the illusion of drift as we turn underneath things.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Coriolis effect. It has to do with the right-hand twist in the rifle barrels.
I think that's what the guy said.
I just caught Coriolis effect with weapons.
But from what I understood about the rifling, they're not always right-hand rifling. See, from what I understood on Wikipedia, in the southern hemisphere, they have left-hand rifling to account for this problem.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Right, any other nonsense? I think we've done enough.
Who is this? Is this Dave McKeegan? I only caught
Yes.
little bits and pieces. So he's saying that the black box data, the output is the corrected data. Well, then you got a faulty gyro, right? That's
Perhaps,
what it sounds like to me.
But I'm saying no, because that's not what's shown in NTSB pitch data. Now, if he's saying that the gyro is faulty or has a correction made to the raw data, then we've got a big problem, because what is being used to investigate death has been corrected. Outrage. Absolutely disgusting to even suggest such a thing.
What was his support? Did he support this?
He supported it with a 1950s black and white demonstration of a claim that a cartoon of a gyro drifts.
Delusional Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit. Just making shit up, you retard, huh, Dave? Where's he at? Let me go get him.
Where's Dave at? I mean, he's drafting his email to the NTSB as we speak, telling them that they should include the corrections to the raw data.
In other words, the gyro maintains its axis in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. If a gyro moves around the Earth, its axis is vertical to the Earth's surface here, at an angle here, and horizontal here.
So this drift has long been known about. Now,
Ed?
Those are three whammies, I heard.
Yeah, those were three axiomatic flat Earth measurement principles that were described in that movie. Correct. Yeah, I did go through it when we went through it the first time, which is to say you don't have perpendicular, level, or angles. I heard that time, which I didn't hear the first time. All of those things require a flat Earth.
What was that game show? It had the whammies on it? Remember an old-timey game show? Whammy!
I think it's Whammy Time on the Whammy channel. I think it was at Whammy Hour.
It used to have these trolls and stuff come up and take our money away. What the hell was that game? Never mind. I'll figure that.
Joey was going to do a Wicked Wango show on Friends. Could be that you're thinking of. Like,
This is game show, dude.
Anyway, anything I need to plug? You got a show on or anything? If not, I'm going to round out this live show.
You don't need to round out as quick. I've done you a thumbnail to say.
Yeah. Relax.
You've done me a thumbnail? Oh, I feel privileged. Excellent. Right, let's have a look.
Saying it today, so I thought, wow, why not?
See if I can bring it up.
Yeah, you got the big guns in here today, and you're looking around out. Just relax a little bit.
Thank you, Adam. It says, it's flat, we checked. That's excellent.
The game show is Press Your Luck. That's what
Press Your Luck.
Hello. Yeah, Press Your Luck. Yeah. We're going to watch some after you go, after we shut down.
From the 1930s?
It's not from the 1930s, from 70s and 80s.
McKeegan's pushing his luck.
I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Cheapest panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show.
I finished watching Midnight Run last night. Friggin' hilarious.
Don't get my video demonetized. There's been no swearing thus far. Don't do a recreation, please.
No, we're not. No, we're not. When you round out, we're gonna run a little Press Your Luck. I'm gonna show you what I mean.
Oh, you're gonna share screens and we're gonna see Press Your Luck. Okay, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, just I can't do it now because even though it's old, I think it might copyright strike you.
No, I don't mind. We'll be all right. I mean, I don't mind in the after show so much. Give it a go. I mean, as long as you pause it every 15 or 20 seconds or so, we'll be all right.
Oh, I'm only going to play 10 seconds just to show you. That's all you need. Okay, hold on.
I'm going to look for my pop filter that I've taken off my mic and now has vanished. Somewhere on the floor. Or at least that's where I thought it was.
Look at that big 10-gallon hat on that guy.
I think that's very practical. From what I understand about Texas, It's very hot, right? You'd want a big hat like that. Or I would. If I was there, I would wear a hat like that.
What about the boots? Let's take it back. All right, so they hit this button and the lights go around and goes and you hit a button and you stop. These are the whammies. These guys down here, they're like gremlins, right? So here we go.
2 spins, you've got yourself $4,000, Linda. Well done. Let's see how it holds up. Let's go over to Tom with 1550 and 2 spins. Tom? Ryder. Big bucks. Stop. Stop. Not what you want. I saw you knock him down, Tom.
There you go. They have creative ones where they come out with like a jackhammer and it jackhammers the cash away.
I want to see if Tom Selleck wins.
Tom Selleck. You want me to continue to play?
No, I just wanted to get my Tom Selleck joke in.
Yeah. These little gremlins are the whammies, man. It's friggin' hilarious. There'll be tons of money in there, $15,000, and he'll come by with a jackhammer, start jackhammering, and he goes,
So it's quite vindictive and cruel when you lose your money.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's outrageous. If you watch a show on acid, it is friggin'
oh my God, now I'm demonetized.
God.
He meant acid reflux.
Of course, that's what he meant. Rene's for all.
Oh my. So what else is going on?
Nothing. Just me calling blasphemy on people decrying flat Earth measurements from the NTSB. I don't know why they've picked on the stuff that this has come out of the woodwork, right? I mean, I'm not proactively instigating these arguments currently, and neither are you. But for whatever reason, I say it's telling. That is to say, what are the anti-flat earthers actually scared of? What worries them the most? This is what worries them the most, right?
Coherency.
That's not what you know what I mean.
I would think of it as a more fortuitous hand of God. Yeah. So just as we finishing with that celestial navigation and we're about to get to chapter 14, in they come to sharpen our sword for us and help us improve this chapter. I think, thank you very much. A little bit of divine guidance of the ballers.
Oh, right. So you're saying they're covering, or Dave's covering flights to sharpen our wits while we do the flights chapter?
Well, that's the timing I'm saying.
So you're claiming divine intervention then?
I'm a very positive guy. If I look at this and I go, wow, suddenly the ballers are jumping all over flight, just as we're readdressing the flight chapter. Thank you very much.
So maybe it's like emanating from us, like a stench. Emanating the right word?
You might emanate a stench. I wash every day.
That's not what I mean.
Yeah,
metaphorically.
Right. I knew where you were coming in.
The vibes of dealing with flight are emanating from our positions, and like a stench that's spreading out with osmosis, not with osmosis, with dispersion. Diffusion, that was the word I was fishing for and didn't get there. Yeah, it's just our vibes are getting out there. I don't know how to phrase this without sounding like a stupid hippie.
Just slightly ether and be done with it.
I'm saying your vibrations are making their way. Notice it's become you.
Put it
not me.
out into the ether, haven't we? Let's just admit
you and
it.
your vibrations have, yes. In your examples, should this ever get questioned.
You and your vibrations have been ruined, Nathan.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just going to hold. Where's my crystal? Hold on. Do you like that then, Adam? It's flat, we checked.
You okay with that?
Came up with that today.
Yeah, I'd heard you say it a number of times, and I knew I'd heard it somewhere.
Yeah, from me. About 10 minutes ago when I was saying it.
Yeah, but all these NASA nerds, that is a pin badge that they've got, and it says, not flat, we checked. And they've got T-shirts with it on. So I just photoshopped it, so it is flat, we checked.
I love it.
You know, that's something that wasn't in that chapter. You said that you were going to add to that chapter was the declination angles on coming in on landing.
Yeah, like descent calculation. Yeah, important.
Yeah. Right, from the ILS.
I did it from like educate myself on flight school. So I went and did the calculations, see how they're done, what shortcuts, because they have rules of thumb, which make it simpler, because, you know, you only want a rough approximation, because you know what I mean? You're eventually going to be using visually. So you just want a rough idea, but what was those rough ideas? Got that. I got the rules of thumb, then has to drill into detail into the actual calculations that the rules of thumb are derived from to demonstrate that it's flat trig functions based on solely your altitude and your distance from the runway, and of course the runway's height above sea level.
Precisely.
Yeah, it's all right angle triangles. So I had a gentleman that was in 24/7 some time ago. Flatsy knows who I'm talking about, that had a high speed heads up display that they're now using in modern aircraft. And it actually showed the right angle triangle. It showed the calculations on his heads up display coming in for landing.
Yeah. But if you look up literally any example of the ILS glide slope, it's all with respect to a flat plane, because obviously Earth's measured flat and that's how they deal with it. But all of the diagrams show that. There aren't any exceptions.
That's what it was. It was a glide slope.
Yeah, ILS is Instrument Landing System.
Yeah, the main part of that argument, believe it or not, is obviously the triangle. But the main part is the fact that what are they accounting for? The altitude, right? The altitude gives them the distance. Now,
altitude and distance. Yeah.
But the altitude gives them the distance for going anything like mountains or that might be in the way. That might add or subtract from the distance, because it depends on what different factors. But for going all those things, the altitude is what they're accounting for.
Sure.
So they're not accounting for anything other than their altitude. So how can that work? How would that work?
You wouldn't be able to do any calculations.
Okay, you couldn't do anything. Yep. The point is that this is what in my video there a while back. The point I made is that I do what they would have to do, right? You'd have to invert the triangle, right? Number one, because you couldn't use it in relation to the surface, and then you'd have to account for the edge of the rock as well. So you wouldn't be just accounting for 36,000 feet. You'd be accounting for 36,000 feet, and depending on the distance, and an extra 1.8 miles or whatever of drop. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing is an absolute joke.
I love
they don't do any of that. Sorry,
Irish kindness there. Even though it's retarded to be able to land on a ball, you figured out a way for them to do it by turning the triangle upside down. You were kind.
Yeah, I showed them the only way it can work for them, and that's the way they don't do in reality.
that adjacent, that's a bitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It can't curve, and it's often axiomatically tied to a linear distance measurement. So it's flat and it's flat and it's flat. Can someone bring
Make
up
some t-shirts?
Sorry.
Thank the Lord for adjacents.
Yeah. didn't disagree with Adam either when he said it was divine intervention. I mean, I tried to turn it into crystals and vibrations, but I didn't disagree with him, did I?
No, because Adam's a positive guy.
He's got positive energy.
Positive vibrations, you might say. Right, can someone share? Oh, I've only sent it to Adam. Oh, I've put it in the wrong place. Can someone share what I've just posted in Master B?
Give me a sec.
That was the most basic diagram I could find of this glide slope. I'll keep looking and see if I can find an even more basic one.
Are you sharing it, Adam?
Yeah, he's just shared it. Thank you very much, Adam.
You know about ILS, Nathan, is it?
Yeah, if you just Google ILS, you'll find these as the images if you click on the image search. Again, they can depict it in terms of the lateral glide of the plane, if you call it that. The glide bit, I mean. When they're depicting it, as in you're trying to capture the signal that gives you the angle, I think they call it capturing the glide slope. I think that's what they call it. And when they do so, their depictions of it can be two-dimensional when they describe the lateral movement. So when you're coming into the airport and you're off, you're not in line with the runway on the x-axis, then you have to correct sort of sideways. You have to slip into the glide slope. But those diagrams are also quite capable of depiction two-dimensionally from the top down as a bird's eye view to show you correcting laterally to meet the glide slope. In other words, there's an automatic assumption that the surface is flat and there's no need to depict it any other way than the two-dimensional nature to have a x-axis correction shown in the other way of showing a glide slope. So it's not always from the side like this, orthographic. It's often bird's eye, showing you meeting the glide slope because you're off to the left or off to the right. You know what I mean?
So not in Muppet vision.
This is Muppet vision.
Yeah.
But
So what
Muppet
is
vision
it?
with a
This,
flat Earth on the ground.
Your mic's a train wreck, Brian. What the heck?
Back in a minute.
I'll be back in a minute. He's going to wash his hands.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question: is this a electronic way? The way it's working, two signals intersecting to define the glide slope of the rate of descent or the descent path?
That's what it looks like.
It is, yeah. But it has its problems. So the problem is like, I don't know if you call them ghost frequencies. So there's the harmonic of the frequency that's being transmitted, and it can create a false glide slope, like a ghost of the glide slope above itself with a harmonic frequency of the signal that's sent out. So sometimes they capture this incorrect glide slope, and if it doesn't always get spotted if there's panic going on, like there's an emergency, and it has caused problems in the past.
Yeah, but the important thing I'm seeing here is, what is the glide slope? The glide slope defines the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle for the plane to follow down. In this case, a rate of change of 50 foot per every 1,000 foot. That's the glide slope of this right-angled triangle.
Correct, and what that's given in is rate of descent. Correct.
But Adam, I don't think the ILS is made of a top of descent. The ILS is the actual landing. The top of descent brings the plane down to being about 1,000 feet above the airport, and then they will probably use the ILS. No, I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Oh, I found a better one. Oh, it won't let me picture it. I'll have to screen capture it. This is a better image. Just give me a sec. I'll send it to you, Adam, as you're the one with it up on screen. This is much better.
There's got to be backup systems, because this could be mucked with.
ILS is a backup system. It is a backup system. This is not how they do it currently. This isn't the primary source, the primary method.
Sure. I'm sure. Good.
Isn't seeing the runway the best method?
No, they still do have to capture No, they still capture a glide slope. It's just not necessarily done with ILS. That's quite a basic method.
All you'd have to have is your elevation and distance.
Right, you got that, Adam?
Right.
Yes. Assuming that the distance is flat, straight, linear along the ground.
Yeah. Yes.
Much better. There you go. That's about as basic. I've looked through about 100 images to get to that one. That's about as basic as it gets.
Dewey, it's not that that's all they'd have to have. That's all they do have to work with.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Yes, Earth is measured flat, and that's how they work with the Earth and not crash into it and land safely. Because it's dealt with like this. Flat. Yes, Brian.
But that was sorry, Nathan. That
I'm
was
just
my
agreeing.
point earlier concerning... Yeah, I know you are. I'm just saying that was my point earlier concerning McKeegan, right? The McKeegan's claims concerning the pendulous veins and whatever else, right? They have to be stopped, or he has to be, by implication, claiming that the pendulous veins stop correcting for what he's trying to claim they correct for when it comes to landing. Top of descent, when it comes to descending. Before you even land, just descending. Because you could be talking anything as an average of 110 miles, and often more than that. So how is he going to get past that one when they are using a right angle triangle?
Right angle what?
Suddenly, a right angle triangle.
Sorry, I thought you said triangle.
This is over. It's all over.
Yep.
Just the wild flapping now, and laughing.
Once you realise that literally any measurement that references Earth's surface will be flat, you can go out on a limb, basically, can't you? You go, all right, this is going to reference Earth's surface. It's going to be a flat Earth measurement then, isn't it? And it is, and it will be every single time.
Yep.
Yeah, well, we've been stopping him every single time lately, so.
That's another picture we could do with having copyright free, actually. Doesn't need the numbers, but that's beautiful for the descent stuff, so.
Yep. We can't use this, though. That's copyright.
No, but as long as we know what we're working with or what we want to steal, we can then recreate it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like what we've come to today with God's intervention is that the clincher is the descent. Right? So any claims of self-correcting avionics is overcome by the descent. Isn't it?
You don't even need that. You don't have to.
I know you
don't.
I know.
we don't, because we know about that. But you do. Underline every subtle nuance. And this is a critical one. You're figuring out, when to land. And unfortunately, rate of curve is a huge factor. If you're some of the calculations I'm doing, you depends on the airport, what's around. Yeah. So if you're busier, sometimes they might keep you high. But if you've got a nice, easy flight over the Pacific, you coming in over nearly 1,000 miles. Sometimes you start your descent, plenty of free air, and you just gently come in. But over that sort of distance, there is no locally flat. There is no all 10 or 15 foot difference. There's thousands of feet difference.
Yep.
I think it's fantastic. It's a real good geek convincer. You can sit and do the maths yourself. I know you guys wouldn't do that, but I would. I'd go and check that.
Yeah, you would.
I know.
Oh, what did you just say? No, QE summarised it earlier with the... What did you say about the adjacent? I can't remember the words you used, but it was perfect.
Adjacent's... For the ballers, the adjacent's a bitch.
Adjacent's a bitch? Yeah, it is.
Showing up everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think it's taken us too long to get to this point? 10 years is a while, right? I don't want to hear bleeding Brian say, "Oh, I got here 6 years." I don't want to hear it. Collectively, as a group, and we're assessing that based on when I get to places. We've got here after 10 years.
It's just another flat earth proof, dude. There's many of them.
This is my flat earth proof.
Yes, because we know how you are. It's not good enough for you. You need measurements to back up your fantastical proof.
Yeah, well, that's what I know. It's what we were trying to cover yesterday in the book, but that was a conversation I remember having with Brian when he was trying to convince me to use flights pre-pitch data, and he explained it would be with logic, and I was like, ah. He's like, well, so you disagree? And I'm like, no, I don't disagree. It's just it's quite complicated to go through the logic of how it explains it. Well, with a measurement, I can go on camera and just say, I'm good, thanks. I don't need any help. There's no logical inference needed here. There it is. It's a measurement.
That wasn't what I said to you. It was okay. It was logical in the end. But what I was talking to you about was the Lit effect. You wouldn't address the Lit effect, which is the real killer.
I do now. Yep. Yeah, now we've got the measurements. I do, don't I?
Now that I got the measurements. You didn't say anything about I've had that flight proof, which is an offshoot of Brian and Adam's. We went down the same alley. We just did a little different techniques.
It was a trifecta.
You never said that was a problem before.
It was three completely different aspects, actually.
Sure.
Brian's was lift. Adam's was the reorientation with respect to curvature. What was yours again, Huey?
Mine was brilliant for Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker that's ever been on a flight.
It's an accumulated drop.
Accumulated drop, yeah.
Yeah, it relates to that descent question, you see.
Relates to they're all connected.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're all one and the same thing, in essence, aren't they?
Mine fundamentally was to get my own pitch data, yeah? From the very first Paul and the plane accelerometer stuff was just to... So back then, I was still open-minded. I wasn't convinced. I could see there was a question with Flat Earth. So I devised a way myself to test it using accelerometers and straight line vectors. Knowing if you are going to negotiate a curve, you are going to have to adjust your straight line vectors. So even then, I know what straight and level flight is. It's defined by the gyroscope.
I'm sorry, I'm immediately confused. I'm so sorry, Adam. Adjust your straight line vectors. What the bloody hell are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
Right, because if you're in straight and level flight, you are going to, as QE's first point do, accumulate altitude. Now, in doing that, you also reorientate down. So you would have to then, as pilots do, and this is a nice place for this video, have to nose down to readjust your straight line vector so that it isn't constantly accumulating altitude.
Now I understand. Hypothetically, readjust your vectors. It just sounded so stupid. But now when you talk about what would hypothetically have to happen, now it makes sense. Fine.
Yeah, so when I'm on my plane measuring it with my accelerometer on the floor, I'm expecting to see, straight and level flight for a bit, right, we're going to have to nose down, do a little bit, see something dip below zero, so to adjust to account for that, not for it to fluctuate always just above 0 to 5. That, with the principles of straight and level flight, means we're not adjusting our vector,
right,
or any supposed curvature. And that's kind of... So my summation is that all downs were parallel. If you look at my old school slide, that's kind of the way I use logic and reason to prove it to myself there.
Yeah. Now to negotiate that drop when you're flying, that your curvature, the foundational cornerstone of the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, you're going to have to negotiate drop in that flight. And I really don't care. The plane can do a barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, cubinate, falling leaf, chandeli, or the hokey pokey. But that monkey better descend. And the really cool part of this? Everyone on that damn plane will know it. Even the ones in a coma.
That's a fact.
And it would be measured.
What?
It would be measured. It would be on the pitch data.
It would.
You don't need to be measured. You already know it. You're the measurement apparatus.
It would be on the pitch data, I think.
Oh, you mean your U-station tube or whatever it is?
U-station tube.
Your Euston Station platform.
Yeah. Well, yes, your ears would be popping extremely, wouldn't they, if you were getting to 125,000 feet?
What, your cochlear bones?
Yeah, the crush. No. I just want to play a minute of this. It's off
What's
banjo.
it called? Just before we move on, it's the vestibulary system, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's what are the three circly looking things that have got the liquid in them called?
It's endolymph. The three circular. Man, it's been too long. A and P's been many, many years ago there, brother. I'm not an ear man.
Three hoopy looking things with liquid in them.
I wasn't an ear man, dude.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Clear.
That's the cochlea. No, that's the thing that looks like a nautilus. I'm talking about there's like three hula hoops that are hollow and they're in three different orientations and they're filled with liquid.
Yeah. Now they're filled with endolymph.
What's endolymph? Isn't that a liquid?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty viscous.
So
it mucks with the villy.
Yeah.
Milli Vanilli.
No, just a little villy.
There's one. It's called. I got this. I got this everywhere.
What are the bony M's called?
The bony
Anvil. Oh God, what are they? Oh man, what is this?
Bit of fun.
It's too long ago. Why don't you look them up?
I want my sentiment to be acknowledged, right? My sentiment at the moment is that we don't need to discuss this with the numpty dipheads that are surrounding us, telling us that we need to be educated in how we don't understand stuff. Right? The whole "it's flat, we checked" is my way of saying, why are you telling me this? To the ballers, why do you think you've got the right to come and tell me stuff? I'm all right, thanks. We've checked. We're all right. We've got the measurements, thanks. We don't need to discuss it with you. Now, if you found the measurements, good for you. I don't care if you have or you haven't. I already know. I don't need you to discuss it with me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. The hoops are the semicircular canals.
Oh, you beat me, you bugger.
Thank you very much. Semicircular canals. There you go. We'll give you balance, basically. When you say, finally, we can get back onto the track of the actual bleeding conversation. When you say you'd know about it, that's why.
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah.
No.
If you're reorientating yourself, but not because of the air pressure, that would be on your eardrum, and you.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Me too.
Who's this guy on screen? I recognise this dude.
It's just something. I only watched the first minute or so because it was just this bit, and then it went to like loads of other TikToky stuff. But this guy, pilot, apparently.
Oh, is he a pilot? Oh, I thought he was a stripper. My bad.
He does look like a Chippendale pilot.
That's what I thought. He looks like a Chippendale. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't remember the name of him. Yeah, he looks like a Chippendale, doesn't he?
Right. Just the first minute or so of him talking.
When I fly, I can go up to 25,000 feet in altitude, and I've never seen the roundness of the Earth from there. I've also been a passenger at over 35,000 feet, and I haven't seen the roundness of the Earth from there either. When I'm in cruise phase, going straight and level, I've never had to correct by lowering the nose of the plane to follow the curvature of the Earth. It's like, at no point do you need to make the correction. Straight and level. The horizon at all times.
You pause it. This guy sounds like AI. Is he being translated? Is he originally in a different language, and what we're hearing is a translation?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's written in another language, look, because this is banjo, so it's probably Spanish to Portuguese and English and whatever, I think.
Fine.
Isn't he a Freemason?
Probably.
Who? Banjo?
Does good work at the weekend.
Not that I know of. I'll ask in the lodge.
This is a pilot?
Oh, shit, did I say that?
Well, I'll play again then.
Straight and level. No need to make corrections on the nose below.
Pilots do not factor in.
That was it. This guy just...
Oh, who is this? I could strangle him. Right.
Oh, boy.
It just annoys me, this whole stance of we don't correct for the ball. No.
You got to get over that.
Why? It annoys me.
Because you're going to have to deal with it. If you're promoting a book, though, that's that. Once you've made your initial statement of it's measured flat, you're going to have to do all of those bits there. Why you want correcting?
Yeah.
You're going to have to explain.
You're going to meet this guy.
I don't want to do this Earth is not a bullshit with flat earthers that want to immediately point out how something that's proving Earth is being dealt with and measured, and in this case aviated flat, isn't ball shaped. Why does he need to point out that it isn't ball shaped? I don't get it.
Because everybody thinks it is ball shaped.
Yeah, Nathan, my God, man.
Oh boy, we still got a bunch of globe debunkers on the panel.
Yeah,
don't
we've
we?
got a load of anti-globers.
No.
Anti-globers. Call yourselves flat earthers.
I have to take a number of hats. Don't
Yeah.
Well, then
depending on the
stop stealing
situation,
hats.
you got to be flexible.
Don't need lots of hats.
If I'm
you got to be flexible when you're dealing with the public.
You're mixing your metaphors now. Have I got to be flexible or wear different hats? I'm very confused.
You both.
You got to be flexible and wear. But shut up! I'm telling them. You got wearing different hats is making you flexible. They're not mutually exclusive. You dingus.
And I'm not going to accept you saying you don't understand, because I know you do understand. You just said that we as a group came to an understanding. And so the public as a group also have to come to an understanding. And so you can't just talk to them however, because as a group, they're not going to get it.
So, but we don't have to continue to debunk a globe when we're proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's flat.
Yes, Neil gets it.
You do, but what we can do today is like what that pilot did: debunk it's a globe by demonstrating flat measurement.
You're not the boss of me.
That's the strength now, but you've still got to address the elephant in the room that everyone still thinks it's a ball. That's why you're there, telling them it's flat.
So wait, hold on a second. So you're telling me once you demonstrate it's flat and you show everybody that it's flat through measurements, I got to explain to them how it's not a ball.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, Neil. Yes, yes.
Before you can get anywhere in this conversation to talk about how an aeroplane flies straight and level, you're going to have to explain to these numpties that the horizon isn't the leading edge of a ball. To get to that stage, that profoundness, because otherwise they'll just think, so biggie, of course it's vertically flatty, and it'll just, you've got to take them through every stage that reaffirms their ball, all those nonsense beliefs.
I don't
I'm
agree.
just handing them a book.
I fundamentally disagree.
Bottom up.
You've summarised the positions in the book, Neil. That doesn't mean that when I encounter somebody that I have to take them through all those stages that we detail in the book. I don't think that's... I just don't agree with that as a way of being, full stop.
No, I said I'm just going to hand them the book. I'm not dealing with all of that crap.
You're
Here's
lazy
the book,
son
go
of a
read
bitch.
it.
You're just lazy son of a bitch. You're riding the coattails.
Oh,
of
no, I'm
others.
not going to disagree with that.
I don't want to go. Why you?
Let me just agree with QE.
I'm not riding.
No, QE's got to the...
coattails. I've been in
Neil,
this
you don't need
freaking
to defend
arena
me. Neil,
as long
Neil.
as all is.
Neil.
I'm not going back to debunking the globe. That
Why
is
not?
retarded. I might
Right.
as well line up with freaking Dave Weiss.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Right.
As long as
QE's
you
just summarised it beautifully. It's because I'm too lazy. Yes, you're correct. It's too much effort.
Yeah. You're too lazy because if it's a true dichotomy, the Earth is a sphere or a horizontal plane, then by use of a disjunctive syllogism, then if you roll one out completely out, the other one therefore must be true. So if you have a true dichotomy, there's no problem in debunking a globe.
Right. But in my opinion, Bosch is a measurement of Earth. It's flat. Is a lot quicker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's much quicker.
Yeah.
It is, but this is the point of distinguishing. Bosch to a Simon Dan, an anti-flat earther, you can bosh like that, and justifiably so. But to Joe Public, you just sound like some fundy who's just can't even be asked to explain.
Correct.
Hold on a second.
don't know
You're
if I agree
telling
with
me
you
that
there.
when you demonstrate measurements, you're just some fundy. Holy shit, where am I today?
No, it's
I'm going to
true,
leave
it's
and
true.
come back. Maybe I'll come back to the right panel.
But it's true.
We'll start a new
because
group,
in a
Neil. Just
normie's
you and I,
mind-
brother.
In a normie's mind, when you say, an elevation angle proves that the Earth is measured flat, they just go, well, obviously, all of the scientists know that. No, duh. But in their mind, they're imagining how all of that works with a globe. And when they Google it, there's some dumb globe explanation there to, lull them back to sleep. You're not engaging that. And if not, what's the point? I mean, you got to make money off YouTube, right? You are talking to the solar people that still, need help.
See, Eli knows where to pull on the strings, right? What's that you say? I am trying to make money on YouTube. You're right. That's a different hat. I've got to be flexible.
Speaking of money, where's that cash you were supposed to send me for my binos, Elijah?
I'm still super broke. I'll never forget. I'll drop a small hint. In a month or so, I'll give you guys some news if everything is all clear. I'll explain it.
All right. That's a pretty good get out of incoherent jail free card right there. I'm broke. Fair enough.
They were all good then. I mean, I'm never gonna disagree, right? You're right. If I come across average Joe Normie, Betty Breadbaker, or whatever you call her, then yeah, I'm gonna need to be able to put the globe Earth's position coherently to juxtapose it in a disjunctive syllogism. Correct?
Correct.
Fine. I get it. And I do know the arguments, but I am lazy. If there is a shortcut to take, I will take it.
Okay, am I in the right place? Huey, is this you? Huey, the right Huey?
I just explained it to you. Disjunctive syllogisms. You got to be flexible. It just depends on who your target audience is. Just like Adam said it so plainly and eloquently, it doesn't get. It's not a mystery. Listen to what Adam said. Go back and rewind, and that's the game. You have to be flexible. Target audience.
My wife is
And
agreeing with you guys.
Nathan agrees now, so Nathan also agrees. So, what's up?
Yeah, my wife is agreeing with all you too.
We just see too far, Neil.
She's a wise woman.
There we go. I see too far. That's what I'm going to use in my opening.
If
what Nathan is
talking
trying
with
to
a
do is
newbie, if you're just on that, if you're talking with a newbie, what a great thing. Yeah? If they said that, or it is something that a newbie you could actually ask, right? And if I was trying to convince somebody and starting at foundational level, I wouldn't be afraid of using that phrase, put in the correct manner. So why is it you think you see too far? Yeah? That's a reasonable place to go and explain to them in their own terms what they actually think's happening. Because a lot of newbies don't even realize why they do see too far and the implications of what it is. It is, Eli alluded to, well, there's cleverer people than me. It just is.
This is all smelling very shilly.
Yeah, this is crazy. We're going backwards here.
You've got to outline to these people their claim. So, yeah. Now, not in an antagonistic manner like you would with an anti-flat earther, but just to get an agreement ladder of what they actually believe, because they don't know.
It's worse than that, Adam. They don't even know that they see too far, and Nathan is going to have to tell them that.
We don't see too far. We've just got eyeballs. We just see.
You're gonna have
but
to
at the same time. Oh, who's going first?
Yeah, he said, Nathan, you're gonna have to explain that. You are the tip of the spear.
So strictly speaking, I'm the arbiter of whether or not we do this then.
Yes.
No. You're the Ron Burgundy of the newsroom. But there are lots of people working, make sure that Ron looks cool.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
So wait,
what a prick.
wait,
Did you just call me the Ron
wait.
Burgundy of Flat Earth? Right, I'm no longer friends with Adam.
If Ron Burgundy goes off script, then all the hard work goes to shit, doesn't it?
Thank you.
What Nathan is attempting to do is make the rest of us redundant. He's trying to make it so all that stuff, for all that technical stuff, all the detail, never mind all that, just have 4 sentences and switch between them when you need to.
It's not about you being oppressed. Get over yourself.
That's exactly what it is.
He's just trying to deflect from being Irish.
Don't tell me, Nathan, you're not going to have great fun taking your time explaining the Black Swan to Joe Rogan.
No, I don't like the Black Swan anymore. Didn't you realise?
I don't like it anymore.
Nathan said it's old and busted. I heard him.
I'm sorry. You guys aren't going to like this. Don't ask me these questions. They're going to get hard answers.
You're going to get your ass handed to you.
Yeah,
quick.
see already.
Yeah, but the profoundness of when a baller comes in, like a normal person, right? And they think that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, loosely. They don't know exactly what it means, but they're like, it has something to do with a sphere. And then you take them through the Black Swan, and they're like, oh, what's wrong with that? Why?
Because miles
are you
flat,
sticking your nose
Eli.
up at that?
Miles are flat. That's all you need to tell Joe Rogan.
You can mock me all you like.
I'm not mocking. I'm not mocking.
It's not mocking. It's very accurate.
Wait, I hear refracted. This is going to be good.
It's words of caution for your promotion. You want to come away from an interview with people going, I want to hear more about this. I want to learn more about the detail I just earned. Only if it's only on a tiny little bit of a topic. Yeah. Even if you're talking about Rayleigh criterion, boring the shit out of somebody, then your book's got interest, it's detailed, it's quality. Look how succinctly he dealt with that just one thing precisely. Yeah. Using citation. This guy's worth listening to. Or it's flat. Nautical miles, celestial navigation, therefore it proves it. Pitch data, NTSB, screw you. Good night. See you, Joe. Buy my book.
Listen, the book is a journey of 10 years, is it not?
Yeah, but what Nathan's trying to do is give a 3-minute presentation on that whole journey.
Yeah, because that's where we are now.
No, it's not where we are
can
now.
save you all from going down that road.
It's not
Here's
where we
the
are.
4 simple words. Earth is measured flat.
Oh, brilliant. You fundy fuckwit. There's no difference in that to it's a ball to the neutral's ear.
No, but it's never a ball.
You any more than the next Muppet. Yeah?
Okay, show me the measurements of your ball, and you'll be showing me the measurements of a flat Earth.
If you catch my ear with eloquent proof, dealing with me in my paradigm still, and get my attention, I want more.
Okay, so how does that translate into explaining to people that their own paradigm has a limitation at a geometric horizon that we see beyond? When I would summarise that with the discussion between the flat earther and the normie. You know, normie looks across and says, we shouldn't be seeing that clock. It's beyond the geometric limitations of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of a measured flat earth off surface level. All I now hear is the measured height off surface level bit, and I can't get away from it to tell the guy who's being spoken to that the measured height off surface level actually creates a mathematical, physical, geometric limitation, and if you assume that's the edge of a ball that is represented by a horizon in perspective view, that also realistically would need a flat earth to describe or calculate, then you've got a limitation to your view in the orthographic maths at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That to me sounds like quite a lot of nonsense to explain.
Blah. What did anybody understand that? Was anybody go,
no one understood that. I understood the wrong parts.
What's that, Brian?
Brian, don't challenge.
Just give me a second, Adam.
No. Don't challenge what he's just said and say, no, that bit's wrong. It was incoherent. It didn't tell me anything. It didn't lay anything out. It was a statement of facts that I've just got to accept. It didn't explain shit to me.
I was wrong.
To believe it. This is this. This is this. This is this. No, you got to take your time. First of all, you've got to show them in their world that the horizon is not the leading edge of a ball. Take your time. Use the black swan. Then go on, having demonstrated this long linear distance, to demonstrate that your adjacent is the baseline. Then start to apply that knowledge. But to just rush to it as stated facts where you've not given them the knowledge of your 10 years experience that you've acquired, because you didn't know this 10 years ago, and you went through the black swan and loved the black swan, even though you're bored of it now. You've got to take them through it so that they are at the same stage as you, at least virtually, yeah, before you drop the bombshell, which is the thing that convinces you now, which doesn't make a pig's difference to the untrained ear.
Okay, right. I'll acknowledge that I would need to go through that with a Joe normie. If you'll acknowledge my objection to it, right? My objection is quite specific. My objection is that while I'm going through this discussion, all I can hear is physical geometric sphere edge horizon that's based on Earth being measured from surface level. That's my objection.
Why have you got to Earth being measured from surface level? You've never explained that concept to Joe Normie. What? He's going, what? Hey? I'm just
not talking about
the horizon.
Well, that's my objection.
Convince me, Nathan Oakley, that the horizon isn't the leading edge of a ball first.
Okay, well, the leading edge of a ball that you're describing is measured from surface level in the first instance with height, isn't it?
Yeah, the surface of the ball.
No, your height's from surface level. That's the 1.2 bit.
Yes, surface of a ball. Yeah, Nathan, great. Tell us more.
I don't really understand what you're doing.
I don't know what's going on here. The surface level of a ball. I know
There's no surface level of a ball. That's nonsense.
Yes, there is. Every ball's got surface.
Not to the average person. That's total sense. Sorry, Eli, go on.
Well, I mean, I can't help you if you're telling me that the person who says surface level of a ball makes perfect sense. Well, that doesn't make sense to me because it's It's a contradiction in terms.
No, it's not. I live on a ball. I live on planet Earth, right?
Oh, God.
No, but here's the thing, though. Like, it also comes out the way you talk to even the anti-flat earthers, right? Because when you state it matter of factly, it's like, well, what is there left for the audience to listen to? They're like, well, exactly, it's flat. Like, it's like we're all sitting in the living room now, knowing that the party was awesome. And it's over. Like, so what do you want?
So where are you at? Are you
Continue arguing. That's what it
come
is.
from a glue sniffing cat frigging party? Get back to the surface level of a ball. That's a paradox, right? According to Adam, it's not, but surface level is a ball. Level, there's no level ball.
Yeah, that's what Nathan said.
Adam, there ain't no level ball. You said no.
No, sea level, which is the surface of a ball. And I know it's not level because it's the surface of a ball, but the Earth's so big, it's virtually flat to the naked eye. Yeah, but of course it curves away because I know about that 8 inches per mile formula. So of course it curves away. That's why when you look at ships in the distance, they disappear bottom up.
And it's a really big ball, Adam.
Well, of course it's a really big ball. Australia's miles away. It's on the other side of the ball.
That's just idiot red herring fallacies. There's no level ball.
I think that is a perfectly polite, reasonable position that you would have an accommodating normie.
Right.
Yeah, it's just me. It's just me expressing my Joe Normie position, not just leaving. But so help me then. Don't tell me it's flat. Explain to me why it's flat.
Yeah, it's true.
We demonstrate to me that when I see ships disappearing bottom up, what that means that it's not the leading edge of a ball that they're going over. It's not a hill. Because that's what I think.
Go ahead, Nathan. You got Joe Normie here.
I think Refracted's trying to say something.
Who's trying to say something?
Refracted.
Where's he at? Well, say something. Boy, that's a lot. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Don't stumble over your words.
I'm kind of starting to question whether it is flat based on Adam's rhetoric here. I mean, it's pretty outstanding.
Don't do that. Go ahead and explain it to him. How you can't have a level ball. It's quite simple.
I've not presented any argument for a ball at all. I've not even tried to argue for it. I'm talking for you to explain to me. And what I understand of the world I think I live in is the reason ships disappear over the horizon is because the Earth is a really big ball. But you're just going to tell me that miles, right? When I go, it's sea level, and that's horizontal, and that's a straight linear measurement. And I'm not in my world. I'm not convinced. I understand these numbers. I understand miles are straight. I understand a ruler, but when I apply it to the really big ball that I live on, that paradigm I've always been in, you've not provided me any compelling argument to go, I should look into this a bit further.
It's measured flat with sea level.
There you go.
What's sea level? So I know it's, but it's only level, right? Because it's just, it's such a big ball. We call it sea level. But like I say, I know when I've been to the coast and I've seen ships disappear over the horizon.
That's two topics. Nathan. He's an idiot balltard.
I am. I'm idiot Joe Normie. I am not being an anti-flat earther here. I'm being Joe Normie. Joe Normie Rogan.
Yeah, but you said it's really biggie.
Yeah,
so,
really,
okay,
massive.
Okay, so my next question at ease. So my next question is, how biggie is it?
Huge. It's like
now
24,000 miles around.
Who measured that?
Columbus.
Columbus.
Was it not Columbus? It was somebody, Captain Scott maybe, or Magellan.
Over to you, Nathan.
Magellan.
I mean, you can keep it. You can have it. It's a ball if you say so, Adam.
I won't buy your book after that.
Yep.
You can't be an incoherent ball-tard, Adam. As much as you might want to try and keep atrocity with
me to the Black Swan and destroy me. I can't set it up any easier.
There's a time and a place for the Black Swan, and I appreciate how it works. My objection, as I've explained earlier to you, with the Black Swan, is that the maths that is appealed to in the Black Swan has a surface level measurement of it, doesn't it?
I've no idea. I'm a Joe Normie. The maths, what, you mean the distance to the horizon? Yeah, I suppose that'd be based on R, which is the radius of the Earth.
Same thing. R for a sphere-based assumption that uses surface level measurements in Earth curve claims.
I don't know what you're on about. I have no idea what you're on about now.
Then there's no communicating with you. That's why I'm eating peanuts.
No, there's no education from you. There's just a statement of surface level. Doesn't mean no. Unless you educate me on what surface level is. Maybe you could have a picture where you demonstrated what surface level is and how it's just flat. I don't know, with some kind of demarcation. And maybe a horizon in there showing you that...
isn't it? Surface level is self-explanatory. The clue's in the title.
It's not to me. It curves. I live on a ball.
But it's surface curve,
then it's not level.
With maybe some kind of demarcation.
Yeah, but those rigs are squiggly.
Okay, let's just go along with Adam. Okay, so you're saying surface level isn't level.
I'm not going to do that, Neil. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not going to say squiggly cranes. I'm asking you to show me that my maths is wrong.
Okay.
Show me that what I know about, the little I know about the Earth being a ball, is wrong mathematically. Demonstrate it to me in the real world, not with a graph about sea levels and stuff. Show me.
But for the maths to be right, then you need to measure surface level as flat, and the eye level must be parallel with it.
He just won't do it, Adam. Even if you hand it to him, he's not going to do it.
You're a robot.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could only be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth, Adam. And the distance to horizon in the Black Swan image, shown here, pretends to show image. Lazy, lazy.
You're saying that formula. Yeah, that's what I agree with. Yeah, totally. Because because even though it's so big in the Earth, eventually it's going to intercede. Yeah, and it will block your view. So is that a formula? Is it? Oh, brilliant. Is that real? Or have you made that up, or you flat earther? No, it's real. Oh, okay, then I'll accept that. That makes actual sense because that's
excellent.
That actually makes
so
sense
you accept
now why boats disappear bottom up. Okay, brilliant.
Perfect. So you accept that we measure the heights off surface level then?
I've no idea what you're on about.
The measured height in the maths.
You were just talking about why boats disappear from the bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth. I agree. And you've just shown me a lovely formula. Could you perhaps destroy that formula with a real world image?
Yeah, it's called the Black Swan.
So your argument is people can't understand what level means? Is that what you're saying?
You know that's the case. Most people think that level.
Then that's kind of worrying.
Sorry.
Love that background. It's making for a seamless conversation.
It did sound like that to me, though, Adam. I got to admit when you said that. How do I got to explain what level means?
That's exactly what.
And that's the problem. If you're just going, why have I got to explain what level is? Yeah, then that's why you're a fundy. Because you can't be asked to explain.
How am I a fundy when I'm agreeing with the term level?
Because you won't explain to me. You just mock me and go, don't you know what level is? You spastic baller.
No point higher or lower than the other. No point higher or lower than the other.
Yeah, exactly. But when it's that far away, they're the same height.
Don't yeah, exactly, and then carry on like you didn't just agree with a flat plane.
Yeah, totally did. Totally did.
Then it's done.
No, it's not done. That doesn't make sense.
It is.
Well, explain to me. No, it is at our level. But if you're trying to help somebody along, you sound like a fundy retard.
I don't agree.
To yourself, then it's done.
Yeah, but Adam, if that would have been explained to us right from the get-go, then we wouldn't have went through all of the nonsense.
How arrogant and nonsensical that sounds. Then there's no point in continuing.
Okay, Alex, let me just respond to Adam for a sec. Hold on a sec, Eli. Just one sec. Yes, incredibly arrogant. And how it sounds, I'm not too concerned about when it's just a fact. Now, for it to sound wrong, you have to deny the principle of level, like John's just pointed out to you. Now, if you do that, there is no communicating with you.
That's a straw man. I'm not arguing on the nuance of the point. I agree with the nuance of the point. I'm saying when you make it and might drop it like that, the person you're talking to is none the wiser. Your ego's boosted. You think, oh, one. But you've not educated the person you're supposed to be educating, not in a debate with, as we move forward, yeah?
Hold on, Adam. If that was presented to you first, say 10 years ago, the way you just explained now, you're going to tell me you would have accepted that.
No, I wouldn't, Neil.
Listen,
come on.
I would have wanted great
the normie though,
to go through how you've got to be able to make such a concise point. Why couldn't Nathan make that point 10 years ago? We all knew level was level. Why didn't he just say that 10 years ago? Because without all the knowledge,
because we were convinced that sounded good enough. That's why
we were looking for curvature.
No, that just didn't sound good enough. Just like water being level is not good enough, even though that's it right there. You know, even when I made the argument when there was going to be a new housekeeping question before the elevation angles thing came up, like that was argued about amongst us because I was saying level is level and y'all was saying I was begging the question. Like, so to a normie and even people in this arena, let's not act like we don't know that they believe that level is curved. Like, let's stop being gobsmacked at that. How are we going to engage that funniness?
That's a perfect way of putting it, Eli. Let's stop being gobsmacked at that thing. And that's the point, yeah?
But you're being gobsmacked and telling me my statement of fact, which is not contestable, isn't good enough.
John, to understand what's happening. We're trying to help Nathan with an attitude moving forwards if he's going to present it. That's the point of this comment. Not how to win the argument in the most succinct and correct manner if we were dealing with an anti-flat earther.
So it's not about the argument anymore.
No, not totally, no. That's exactly the point.
Well, I don't know what to say to you then.
That's fine.
Right, because it's not an argument. It's like, what? I can't bear my sword? Well, then I don't know what to do with myself. It's not always going to be an argument when you're talking to your auntie or your grandma, but when they're having a conversation with you, they're going to say these things and you can't go, no, that doesn't make any sense. You know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to explain.
We see our sword when we said Earth is measured flat. We put our sword in our seat. We see our sword right there. Game over. You sound like you want to still swing the sword.
You're not listening.
Look, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to make a statement to them that level is having no point higher or lower than the other. They're going to agree with me, and then they're going to want to argue when I point out that that's a flat plane they are describing. Okay. Well, that's their problem, and I'll just keep them in that moment.
No, right,
Keep
when you advertise,
we're not going to move forward in the conversation like you want to.
Their problem.
We're going to stick them
Your
right there
is the problem.
And that is what, excuse me, it's presuppositional mechanics. If I give them that level is
your
proving,
attitude
what have I
is
done?
the problem that I'm trying to identify. What you just said is exactly the issue. Yeah? It's their problem. And on flat earth debates, that holds true. That as you go out to promote the book, that's the exact incorrect negative attitude, which won't help the promotion of the book. Thank you for actually elucidating that point.
You think that was an elucidation of your point? You're arguing against the rate limiting step to feed into their beliefs when their knowledge, they already have knowledge of this.
No, all Adam was saying was when he was talking about, because a person is going, like a normie is going to string multiple things together. And there's going to be multiple things that we're going to want to point out and go, well, that proves the earth is flat. That proves the earth is flat. But a normal person is like, hey, listen, obviously level is curved. That's why when we're out at sea, ships disappear over the horizon.
Okay,
They just said a whole bunch of bull crap.
Yeah,
I know
Eli,
they
that's
just
a
said a
contradiction
whole
though, isn't
bunch
it?
of bull crap. But to them, they laid out a premise and then they laid down an explanation that, I guess supports it or something in their mind.
So we got to hold them
all
to the
Adam is saying is
contradiction.
when you say, well, surface level is matching eye level, it's like, well, show them where that's the case at least.
It's tied to the description. Eye level is level.
If eye level was level, then boats would just get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? But they don't. They disappear bottom up.
Right. And the measurements that...
So level is not level now because you think that boats are disappearing bottom up.
Yeah.
I know boats disappear bottom up.
And?
Well, that's part of my proof of a ball. So there you go.
Okay. Well,
so I
how
know
is
that
it
the
proving a
horizon
ball?
is the leading edge of a ball because boats disappear bottom up. Now, if you can't rebut that properly and explain it in the real world, and other than say level means level, right? Then I walk away thinking I'm still on a ball.
I've tried to. You just don't like how I do it now.
Okay, why do boats disappear bottom up then?
That's your claim. Your claim suggests that it's caused by
They do.
earth
Let's
curve.
go to the beach and see
three
it happen.
sentences in,
And then
and
when
you're
we
talking
both
through
see
me,
it
Adam.
happen, tell me level's level.
At that
Should I
point,
try again
Adam, I
without
think
the
that
interruption,
Nathan
or
doesn't know
should
what
I
he's
just do it
talking
with constant interruption? Which would you prefer?
Probably constant. It's quite full.
Okay, well, that's not going to be very effective for me communicating and educating people, is it? Try again?
As long as you explain why I'm seeing the boat bottom going bottom up.
Yeah,
not talk about
your claim
levels,
is that it's...
And then as a decent person, I know I'm getting my question answered.
Okay, I understand your question. You're asking me why boats disappear bottom up because you assert that that's caused by earth curve, and I am pointing out that to assert that with earth curve maths requires you measure the surface level first.
Yeah, that's not why I'm asking you why boats disappear bottom up, not how I would measure that. I'm asking why they disappear from the bottom first.
Oh. Okay, so I'd then break down that I haven't made that as a claim.
No, I am. I'm
right,
saying.
So then why would I be explaining it?
Every time I go,
I'm talking. So why would I be explaining it if you're claiming it?
Well, I will give you my explanation. It's because of earth curve.
I got your explanation. It requires measuring surface level.
But dear Mr. Explanatory.
Adam,
why won't you tell me why ships disappear bottom up? Why do you keep going on about measuring?
Because it's not my claim, it's yours. We just went through this. See, you're being awkward, Adam. Adam, I'm dealing with what you've said and you've ignored me 3 times. So when I point out that it's not my claim, I haven't made a claim about it, you said, no, it's mine. So it's not my responsibility to explain anything. However, I'm still getting interrupted at every opportunity. This isn't conducive. This isn't helping. It's not training me in anything. It's just irritating me by talking through me constantly.
It's meant to.
You're still doing it. I haven't finished this sentence. So I'll just try again. In order for you... No, that's the first sentence. Immediately interrupted. I just give up, Adam. You carry on your own.
I talk to Adam. Don't worry about it. What Nathan is not understanding is that what Nathan is is coming across to you as an audience there as he's someone who doesn't have an answer for the question. That's what he's coming across as. To me, if I'm an ignorant person in the audience, he can't answer this question.
No, I can't because Adam keeps interrupting me.
But no, it's not that. It's not that, Nathan. It's how you're trying to answer it. You're trying to get into a debate.
Your explanation isn't good enough now, Nathan.
It's not my explanation. It's Adam's explanation.
It's not explaining it.
Again, I'm getting about 3 words out before I'm getting interrupted. 3 words. Let's try again. Maybe more than 3 words this time. No, just Adam.
Yeah, just me. Yeah, because I'm getting very frustrated asking the genuine question and another audience member.
I heard it 4 times. I've heard nothing but. I'm not getting to answer it. I heard the question.
Even though you've seceded the floor to me, you didn't let me finish my sentence. I wonder why that is. Is that because you won't deal with my question?
What about boats disappearing? Your question about boats disappearing?
Why did the boat disappear?
Your question about boats disappearing?
That phenomena.
Your question about boats disappearing? Your question about boats disappearing? That'd be a yes. I've heard your question. I heard it 4 times. Now I'm trying to answer it with constant, incessant Adam interruption. So what Adam thinks is training me is just in behaving like a prick, talking through my answers and suggesting that I'm not good enough to talk through his attempts to overtalk my answer 5 times in a suggestion that I haven't heard his question about boats disappearing. Now, Adam's just rumpusing me. That's all he's doing. Now, this isn't helping, just annoying me. Now, if you think that being a prick, talking through my answer 5 times and suggesting I haven't heard your question about boats disappearing, when I heard it and started addressing your claim of how boats disappear with respect to a measurement of a flat Earth at surface level. When I get to the measurement of Earth at surface level, I get interrupted and told it's not how you want me to answer. Okay? It's how I'm answering. In your claim that uses Earth curve maths, it has a surface level that is measured in your claim. Ergo, we measure Earth flat for your claim. End of my rebuttal. Earth measured flat in your claim.
Can I retort? I never measured anything. I just saw a boat disappear from the bottom up. No measurement was required for me to observe that.
And what did it prove?
Proves Earth curve. I watched the boat disappear over it.
How does it prove Earth curve?
Because as the Earth curves, right, it creates a blockage, a physical obstruction to my view, right? Which is why when I see the boat disappear in the distance, that is why the ship disappears from the bottom up.
Yeah, just addressed this 5 seconds ago and you've ignored my response like I didn't even say it.
No measurement was needed there, just that observation.
Yeah, there was a measurement off surface level.
No, there was no measurement.
So, Adam, all you're doing is pretending that the maths doesn't have a measurement off surface level.
There's no maths. There's no numbers. There's just me watching a boat disappear bottom up. There's no numbers, Nathan.
Okay.
I'm not being obtuse here, dude.
So you deny the numbers. Okay, well then I can't debate with you, Adam.
Why? Because you won't.
Because you're not substantiating. You're asking why and then carrying on talking for a start. That could be a bit of a problem. Why?
I can't.
Well, there's you doing it again. Why? I'll answer your question. Why? Because it's your claim of your Earth curve that you aren't substantiating because there's apparently no numbers or measurements for your claim. So ergo, your claim fails. However, as I explained earlier, your claim, if measured, would require we measure Earth flat at surface level. Like I've explained 5 times, you just didn't like it.
I'm going to. Well, the way I hear it,
just to finish.
We don't want the way you hear it. That's sorry.
Because Adam is basically saying he's on the boat with his mate, and he's a glober. And he's saying, "Yo, when you talking about math and all this,
we want to hear that bastard Adam." And John, hey, when you open up that mic, why don't you give the kids a pair of cymbals? That might help.
Thanks.
That's been taken under advisement.
Right, so it's your claim. You have to substantiate it. If you can't because there's no measurements, then your claim fails. It isn't mine. I wouldn't accept you flipping the burden to tell me I've got to explain why boats disappear. It's not my claim, it's yours. your claim comes with a measurement of Earth measured flat at surface level for those maths that you now deny. Well, you're denying them. It's your claim, not mine.
Okay. So I'm now out of Billy Baller mode. So now if I sit back and look at that conversation, I would go, wow, I don't see what I've learned there. Now, if Nathan had engaged with me and said, I see your misapprehension. Of course, people have said that for centuries. Yeah, boats disappearing. Let me explain. Let me just take you to the Black Swan and show you this and show you the linear straight distance as we zoom in and still have a horizon. Let me demonstrate this to you, right? I'm on board with you. You're teaching me stuff. You're not putting it back at my door, screaming at me, going, it's your claim, it's your claim. I said, well, I know, but I was here to read your book.
It is.
Okay.
It is your claim.
Does that feedback make sense?
Sorry, it is your claim, Adam.
I'm here to read your book because you said it's flat.
Yeah, it is. That's how it's measured at surface level for flights, parallel with sea level. When you asked me earlier to explain why Earth's measured flat, I said, well, sea level. And you went, well, I say sea level's curved. And I said, that's a contradiction in terms. And you didn't like that either.
No, I didn't, because you didn't take me through anything that helped me on a journey. You just expected me to believe that your statement with no explanation were true, and I had to accept them.
Okay, let me try a different tact.
Summary was
let me try a different tact then. Let me try a different tact. You don't have to believe me when I say sea level.
I know I don't have to believe you. You just could demonstrate it to me.
No demonstration needed. It's sea level. There isn't a demonstration required. It's just me being interrupted while I try and answer you.
No, I'm pleading with you now. Pleading with you. Please demonstrate something to me to prove your point.
The definition of the words sea is the stuff that we swim in. It's salty, and it covers a lot of the surface of Earth. And level means having no part higher or lower than the other. Now, what I've actually done isn't prove anything. I've just defined the words about how Earth gets measured with this sea level. That's it. That's all I need to do, because that's what it is. Now, if you say it isn't level, that's not having one part higher or lower than the other, then that's your problem, because it is sea level.
Okay, fine. I agree about that. So why do boats disappear from the bottom up? Though?
I don't know. I didn't claim they do. I didn't claim that. I didn't claim that, though, did I? You're asking me why boats disappear.
I haven't finished my sentence, so you don't know what I'm asking you.
Why boats disappear at the horizon?
I'm saying, so if we live on a flat Earth, then why do boats disappear bottom up?
I didn't make a claim about it.
So they don't?
I didn't make a claim about it. Did you want to?
Wow. Right, so that's it. Then that's it. Perfect.
Did you want to ask me about things I do make claims about, or did you just want to demand that I answer you about a claim I haven't made and rumpus me while I answer you? No, I didn't make a claim about it, which means I'm not going to explain it, even if you constantly interrupt me and demand that I do. It's not my claim. If you'd like me to make claims, you can ask me to, but I would point out there's no need for me to make any claims. Axiomatically, how we deal with Earth is flat in every single measurement ever. And if you're to ask me about measurements of boats in the distance that's using Earth curve mathematics, I'll just point out that part of the measurement's flat, like I've suggested. Now, that's not me making any claims. It's pointing out an axiomatic fact in Earth curve maths. Surface level.
There's a broader point here. And
what's that?
You are correct, Nathan, because Adam said, and many people might find this legitimate, but somebody like a neutral or a newbie come up and say, well, boats disappear over the horizon. Do you have an answer for that?
Why would I?
You're getting into some sticky territory here, because I would take Nathan's tact and say, well, that's your claim. I'm not here to explain your claims. Now, if you want to make that claim and you want to show that, then maybe we can move on from there.
Okay, lovely. Well, it says here in chapter 11 of your book, Nathan.
So you've already read it. Thank you for purchasing my book.
Let's go to the Black Swan. I've seen this here because I knew we were going to mention boats over the horizon. So in here, you've got this thing called the Black. Yeah, I only want to know why. I'm not an anti-flat earther trying to trip you up. I'm a person that's maybe even ball skeptic, but I am a baller, and these are reasonable questions that aren't being addressed in a reasonable way to me, just being a reasonable person. It's very antagonistic, aggressive. This person that's brought a book out don't even want to share the information that would answer my question that's in his book.
Shut the fuck up.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, Adam. But you can't play you cannot do this job effectively. You are not an effective devil's advocate for a baller anymore, I'm afraid.
But he sounds exactly how people that I've spoken to just last week sound at a random party. He sounds exactly like that. So you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry. He did a fine job. We just are out of touch, bro.
No, you're out of touch.
You're out of touch. We ain't out of touch.
All right, go say that to you. All right, go say that to a
If you're telling me
that,
if you're telling me that level bends or curves, then you are the one that has to demonstrate that. I just got to show you what level means.
That's pride, Butch.
Somebody's just gonna Google it and they're gonna go here it is. You know, level with the curvature of the earth.
Conforms to the curvature of the earth.
Then you hit him with the slope it though.
I get what Adam's saying. Adam's saying when there's a standard that's laid down in the debate, which is that the standard is boats disappear and that proves Earth curve. What say you, flat earther? Me responding, I don't make that claim. That's an Earth curve mathematics claim that requires surface level be measured, surface level's flat, therefore you're measuring Earth flat to make this claim if you want to make it. Not me. I don't explain why boats disappear. I'm not a mariner. I'm not using that to prove Earth's flat either. Now, if you want to start alleging that there's distance measurements involved, then I can take that and turn it into a flat Earth proof if you wish. But you're not asking me that. You're asking me why boats disappear. And I don't make any claims about it. And I'm not going to substantiate someone else's claim that boats disappear over the curve. You need to do that, not me.
But you do. In your book, you explain it.
Does he?
We don't have a whole chapter on the horizon.
Yes.
Have ghostwriters.
So you do make a claim about it in your book, then?
Say again?
You do make a claim about the horizon in your book and boats.
Because we've discussed the Black Swan in 2020,
and it not
doesn't
being
mean that if I'm confronted with someone today, that I would stick to that argument just because it's written down in the book.
Wait a second. He has a chapter on horizons. Is there a chapter on boats going over the horizon?
No.
Okay, so you're going to be that pedantic with somebody, would you? Well, you didn't say oil rigs, did you? You just said boats.
Where's the chapter on boats?
This is my point here. When you're going into this kind of environment, you're not arguing with someone. You're trying to just make another point from your book. It's an opportunity to elucidate. Now, at the end of providing a good bit of information, whether you drop the black swan or whether you explain that the horizon isn't the leading edge of a ball, it's a point where you can't see any further, where you can't resolve stuff, and you made that point, then you could then go into the point of saying, but more fundamentally, remember, this is your claim as a baller. You claim this, yeah? But if you're not dropping positive stuff and you're challenging it's not my problem. I didn't say that claim. Then you're not promoting your book. You're not telling the audience that there's detail in here, which will really inform you for you to be able to come to the conclusion that it's not my bloody claim.
Okay.
It's no longer the shortest route to the win. I think was the initial point where this kind of started off, yeah? It's the best way to advertise what's in the book. Every time you answer should be that. How can I elucidate some knowledge, not too much, and then drop a bombshell and move on? But demonstrate what details in the book. Demonstrate why you should buy the fudging thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A little short summary. And I mean, this is in a lot more detail in the book with citation. So you'll be able to use it to support this point to your friends. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that with a kind of hand wave rebuttal, which may be factually correct. Yeah. But doesn't engage, to me, it destroys.
Did you just say a factual statement is non-responsive?
Okay,
To an idiot, yeah.
Take away from this conversation, John. Fantastic.
Yeah, to a normie, which is generally an idiot. Like I promise you, when you tell someone it's not my claim that boats disappear below the horizon, they don't understand they're begging the question. Which is why we used to explain that. Remember that? Remember logical fallacies, Nathan?
So maybe you shouldn't be explaining to them why boats don't go over the horizon. You should be explaining to them what a logical fallacy is at that point.
Well, do that then, Nathan. Do something.
Okay, no worries. It's called flipping the burden of proof. It's not my claim that boats are going over a curve of the Earth. Why would I explain this? You're trying to flip the burden of proof where you have a claim that you have a positive assertion to prove and try and make me explain it. There you go. That's a logical fallacy. It's called flipping the burden.
Chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
Yeah, that's not going to work either. That's totally not going to work. Yeah. You don't understand.
But this is where I bow out, though, because he kind of defeated me there. Like, it is what it is. I got to be honest.
You know what's wrong?
Go on, Brian.
You know what's wrong with you, Nate?
Hold on, Eli. Go ahead, Brian.
What's wrong with? Go ahead, tell us what's wrong with Nathan.
What's wrong with you, Nathan, is you don't understand the difference between, hey, Aaron, you don't understand the difference between somebody asking you a question and having a debate. That's wrong with you. I would not answer in any of those ways whatsoever.
Okay.
All right. Adam, ask Brian the question.
It did feel like a debate. And I wasn't genuinely trying to be debating. I was trying to be like a bit of a hosty. And it went to debating. That was kind of exactly that.
Because you can't help it. You're trying to play devil's advocate. I get what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to keep me frosty. I get it. I appreciate it. I understand the sentiment. You just can't you personally, Adam, you can't be that baller that you're trying to play to keep me frosty with. You just can't do that.
I was being a Joe Normie, a semi-informed person that still thinks this space, the same person I was 10, 15 years ago, yeah? That person. I was being open-minded and asking the questions, and I started out with a very basic thing, right? And as a Joe Normie, what I encountered was me being told I was wrong, and the actual specific thing, which I think it was perfectly reasonable and genuine, not being directly addressed. My way of thinking was pointed out to me. My way of measurement, something that I hadn't invoked, was the rebuttal. I, as a normie there, didn't feel I was addressed correctly. I felt like I was pressured into just having to go into accepting these facts that were laid out to me.
They're your facts. You're the one claiming them.
Do you see my point? No, I'm not claiming them. I'm talking to you about why you're welcoming me to flat Earth. Didn't feel very welcoming that when I just opened up with, well, why do boats disappear over the horizon?
Okay, well,
and the horizon is where sea level meets the sky, right? Sea level meeting the sky, that's the horizon. We all agree on that, right?
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. We've got a sea level.
Yeah, how do you have a horizon on a Baltard?
Why would we ask that? Very irritating.
Why would we ask what?
Why would we ask about what would or wouldn't occur on spheres? That seems benign. Why would we ask?
Well, he said that ships disappear below the horizon, and my rebuttal is, how do you have a horizon on a sphere?
Ah, fair enough. Now I understand.
But
that's still too high tech.
No, it's not too high tech. So, Adam, Go ahead and ask Brian the same question. Let's see what Brian does.
Dear Brian, I hear you bringing a book out. I've got a question. Yeah. And
better fucking not be.
Does it explain like how on a flat Earth boats disappear bottom up? Because like I know that the reason of that is the Earth curve, which is why it's from the bottom up. Because as it goes over the hill, that's why you can still see the mast. Does your book explain that?
Yeah. What is it you think is blocking the bottom of the boat? What is it you're saying is blocking you?
Earth curve, because the Earth's a big ball.
The horizon then. Is that what you're saying? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that's what
you're saying. You're saying that you've seen the bottom of boats blocked by the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what the horizon is. The
horizon is actually, see, this is actually a misnomer. A lot of people don't actually know this. The horizon is not a geometric point of tangency. It is not Earth curve. The horizon changes its position. When you change elevation, it can change its position with just the weather. You can stand in the same place and the horizon can appear further from you or closer to you. And the horizon can change its apparent position with optics. So if you have a telescope, suddenly you can see something you couldn't see with your eyes. So the horizon is not a geometric thing that can block something geometrically, if you understand what I mean. Like, well, you might think that something is being physically blocked by something else that's physical. No, it's purely optical.
No, but I still see boats disappear. If I stand at the shore, I've definitely seen boats disappear at about 3 miles. Yeah, got like nice yachts and stuff. You see them when they get so far out, they disappear. You can still see the masts. Now, on I agree with you. On some days, that's a bit blurrier and harder to see, but they're always disappearing roughly bottom up, unless it's too foggy you can't see them. But no, I mean, we all know that the horizon is the leading edge of a ball. I mean, that's
No, that's been debunked because, you see, if the horizon was the leading edge of a globe Earth, then let's just say your eye height was 6 foot, then that horizon has to be a certain distance away from you, right? Because it's a physical place.
Oh, yeah.
It's Earth curve at that point. Right, you understand? You agree with that, yes?
Yeah, it's a geometric limitation.
There's maths to go with this, yeah? But there's no horizon in history that matches that maths. Do you understand that? Those maths are given to people as an idealized thing, but they do not match reality. A lot of people don't know that because the horizon is not a geometric edge that can block things. Actually block, like as if you block being able to see something with your hand. The horizon is not like your hand. The horizon is an optical thing that could be blocking something now and not blocking it in 20 minutes time. So that's, if it's Earth curve, it has to have a consistency. Wouldn't it have to be a consistent thing? But how come the same boat could be blocked today, but not blocked tomorrow, yet it's sitting in the same position? Fine, you're looking at it from the same location and eye height. So the horizon is not what you think it is, and that's the problem. The horizon
thank
is
you very
only in a
much.
current position.
Thank you very much. That was Brian's logic. And if you want to read Brian's logic's book about how Earth curve at the horizon isn't blocking boats and buildings, then you can read Brian's logic book about how the horizon isn't Earth curve. Thank you, Brian.
I was talking to Adam there.
Yeah, we're out of time, I'm afraid. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. And if you do want to buy Brian's book about how we haven't got Earth curve, then you go and check it out.
Okay, Adam. Okay, ask Adam then. Okay, see, you put me off because I was destroying you. Adam, as Joe Burger, right? What was better? What was a better response?
Joe Burger.
Yeah.
Now, my response would be much quicker. Earth's measured flat in those maths that are used to make that assertion that you would claim that the boat's being blocked by Earth curve. And before I've even got to the end of my statement, that was very quick. Notice how mine was quick, very snappy. But before I got to the end of it, there's the second interruption. I'll try it again. I'll try and get my really quick interruption out while you guys waffle the way through your airtime about how it's not Earth curve. I'd have dealt with this immediately. I'd have said, your claim that the boat's blocked by Earth curve requires we measure Earth flat at surface level. Got it out without interruption. Amazing.
Does anybody see the
you invent the horizon.
Adam.
You're doing this in the green room, by the way. The show's over. You've chewed out your airtime, by the way, Brian. In this sort of hypothetical scenario, you're already talking this to nobody while the host's drowning out with their audience.
Yeah, that's crazy, Nathan. Adam, please, Adam.
Oh yeah, well, yes, Mr. Baller. Well, in my book, yeah, I'd like to do it in a very simple way, because obviously people have always thought for millennia that the horizon could have been some form of physical obstruction. However, it isn't, and it's exemplified in this, and it will deal with your ball earth maths and everything else. But more fundamentally, this is a real world observation. And what you can see, blah, 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 I'll describe the black swan. I won't bore you guys with it, but we'll point out that in the background, we can still see the horizon. So fundamentally pointing out that if we were to presuppose that the Earth's horizon is the leading edge of a ball, then we would then be living on such a huge ball, destroying the whole of ball economics. Now, whilst I appreciate in your mind, guys, that's not the devastating point to finish on, it is a step, and taking this person through it. You take them through the full black swan, the logical syllogism, yeah, and explain it to them, and they walk away not thinking you're a fundy, but going, oh, bloody hell, that's powerful. I've got to ponder. But what you're never going to get is doorstep conversions with what you're saying. And I wouldn't be trying for that. I'd be trying to let somebody lead with something like we did and realize how powerful that is to a normie. Much more powerful than describing the differential between eye level and sea level.
Yeah, this has been my problem from the beginning. You're talking to the normie, or the normie's listening, you talk to the fundy. Because y'all jump between the two, and then we're supposed to figure it out. I don't get, you either got to be expressing your ideas as the fundy newscaster who's grilling you on this nonsense, or the person listening what they hear. But jumping back between the two is just dishonest.
It's just confusing.
Adam.
Are you not paying attention, John?
No, I don't think
Fun role play.
Adam,
Get it.
Adam, which one of our answers was better for you as Joe Burger, please?
He doesn't know. He's not Joe Normie, is he?
Hang on, Adam. Which one of the answers that was given, Nathan's answer or my answer to your question? What was better for you as Joe Burger and the audience, please?
Neither. I think mine, which would have been Kiwi's answer.
Well, your answer, in fairness, Adam, your answer didn't go anywhere for me. If I'm just an army, your answer was
I didn't want to
dancing around
all the way through the black one. Brian.
I personally thought Eli's answer was the best.
Brian, I didn't want to take you all the way through the black swan. There's no point. The point I was making was go through the black swan calmly, yeah, describe it, and leave them something with a piece of positive information that's described eloquently in the book, yeah, and leave them with that real point of ponderance to deal with. That is a powerful takeaway to me for a newbie. Now, yours was, if you want me to say, I was at least listening to you. It was a little bit historical and didn't get to the point, but you were, yeah. But if I'm being honest, and I'm not having a go, Nathan, but with yours, I felt challenged, not educated.
Well, I thought mine was the best, and I tell you why. Because I'm telling him something that he doesn't want to accept, but he's not having to challenge me. I'm also not bamboozling him with the maths. I'm just telling him there is maths, but those maths don't adhere to any horizon ever. It's a fraud. So afterwards, not just him, but the audience will be thinking about this, and they'll actually go and have a look. So I can't expect them to just flip right there and then with what Nathan would say, or trying to hit him with the black swan. None of that is going to work. You have to do it differently.
You've just said
well, hold on. Now I've got to disagree with Brian to agree with Adam. And now, in that respect, right, I want to acknowledge what Adam's saying. Adam is trying to give an example, like I've given in the past with people who promote their book through examples when answering a question. So an example I gave last was a guy who's got a channel called Manosphere, and he's answering lonely men who are single, And when he does, he references chapter 8, page 4, when he talks about the manpower that you must embrace, or whatever bullshit he's talking to. But he links back a very specific book-based example into his answer. Now, what Adam's saying is, in your book, you've got a chapter on the black swan. Now, if someone brings up the Earth curve blocking a boat in the distance, it would be prudent to link your answer directly back to that chapter, which specifically focuses on the black swan. So if you can incorporate that into your answer rather than being combative about their claim of their Earth curve, you're much more likely to convince them to buy your book. That's what Adam's telling me. Right, Adam?
I love you, Mr. Oakley.
I fundamentally disagree with you, Adam, so you can love me all you like to be able to summarise your point.
Now, you disagree.
I disagree with both of you.
That's absolutely fine. I'm absolutely cool with that. As long as the point's noted, then that's all I can do.
Yeah, I get that. And there will be opportunities, right? I recognise this. I just want to acknowledge Adam, because as much as that was sarcastic and amusing, I don't fundamentally disagree with Adam. There will be opportunities to directly link back to the Black Swan as an example with a page number, right? Once it's fully written, I'm going to be listening to this over and over again. Now, if it's me in the AI-generated voice, or it's, I won't mention his name at this point, but the voice actor who does the book, whoever, I'll be listening to it over, or I'll be getting the iPad to read it out as a voice reader over and over again, like a script. I'll learn the book like it's a script, right? And so I'll know it page number and chapter number off by heart when it comes to an opportunity to cite chapter and verse from my own book. I'll take it and be able to hopefully give it verbatim. So not just give an example that connects correctly to their question about something that would be usefully referenced with the Black Swan chapter. I'll quote it verbatim, Adam, once it comes to that. So I don't want you to think I'm not going to do that just because I'm trying to disagree with you in terms of how I debate when we're on this show. But where I do fundamentally disagree with you is how to best serve the title of the book. Welcome to Flat Earth. Why would that be the title of my book? Well, I'd hope when someone asks me about Earth curve that I can say, well, in my book, Welcome to Flat Earth, I invite the reader to understand and appreciate how Earth gets measured flat when they make assertions that involve boats going over a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon that we debunk in Chapter 9, where we discuss this evidence in the form of the Black Swan, with a geometric limitation being debunked at 1.2 times the square root of the measured height of a flat Earth. Now, when you hear that, you can say, well, that's going to bamboozle the audience. Yeah, maybe. But that's what I've got to go on, and I can only give that to whoever's listening to it in the moment as concisely as I've just done. Now, I can't please everyone all the time. Go ahead.
As Joe Borley, that first question, if you'd have said that to me, I'm happy. Oh, lovely.
Are you rumpus me?
No, you would not go there for whatever reason.
No, Nathan, you were being an asshole. I listened to it.
Yes.
You got him right in the boat, right after we were in debate mode. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but well, maybe that was the problem, because I said, no, this let me be that, not on this show. Yeah. Me asking the question, being a Joe Normie was what I was doing. Yeah. And I did the same with Brian.
Joe Rogan is not that hostile.
I wasn't hostile.
Yes, you are.
No, I wasn't.
You were being nicely hostile.
No, only with regards to trying to lead somebody to the fact that the horizon, in my worldview, is a geometric ball edge. But I wasn't
You're a big fat liar. He totally is that hostile. If you're talking about him post Eddie Bravo and Flat Earth, where he doesn't have real guests anymore other than the ones that agree with him, then okay. But no. You remember how he was like, you don't know what you're talking about, Eddie?
Oh, yeah, that is
Neil
true.
deGrasse Tyson said.
Yeah, fair enough. I would hope that I'd only get that level of hostility if I was on the same friendship level like I am with Adam, because that's what you're talking about, right? When Eddie's talking to him, they're mates. Like Adam's being hostile right now, playing devil's advocate.
No, but they're going to do it to you because you're a retard flat earther.
That's true.
Yeah, I can only take the tact that I take when I put them in their place with their own measurements, Adam. And if I'm combative with somebody who's being hostile, then that's maybe what people will have me on. That will be the expectation of me. Now, if they're looking for the combative person that they brought on after the fact, right? So come and talk to me about your book. And then when I get there, shockingly, there's somebody there that's there to challenge me. That won't be a shock. But what will I do? Well, I'll snap into debate mode. And you're saying, no. When you're trying to talk to the host who wants to be encouraged to plug your book, no. I'll be put in a room with a guy that's the third party that the host wants to step back from and watch pummel me into incoherent non-existence because that person knows how there's a geometric sphere edge for a horizon. Now, when that person turns up, that'll be the metaphorical equivalent of what you were doing when they go, no, you explain to me why boats go over the edge of the Earth curve, ha ha ha. That's what I'll get, right? Well, I know how to deal with that person, don't I?
No, I don't think that's what you will get because that's what you get now without your book. But if you're going to, you reference kind of researchers, what you're going to get is somebody coming on and they're going to want to detail one bit and they'll think they'll be trying to find a gotcha in that book. So they'll be nicey, and then the gotcha in that book will come up, which they think. That's what, when you've got a book, what will happen. You're not going to be talking to McToon. You wouldn't agree to talk to McToon. You'll be talking to people and they'll have a book. They'll feel like, you know what I mean? That, I don't think it, I would hope it wouldn't go like what you're saying because...
Yes, it will.
Yeah, it will. They won't have even read it.
The attack's going to be, your words are down there. They don't need to get a gotcha out of your mouth. They've got 2, 3, 4 weeks, months to prepare. You've written it down, what you stand by.
Yeah, but they won't have even read it.
They will do.
No, they won't.
People
who have me on to interview me about the book will talk about the book and pretend they've read it. And some of them will be honest and admit they haven't.
And some of them will have had researchers that have gone through it and prepared the questions for the host who hasn't read it.
Possibly, yes. Fair enough. Anyway, lots to be concerned with.
But that's the thing, though. When Nathan answers the question that their researchers gave them, then they're going to bring that guy out to battle Nathan.
Yep.
That's when the problem.
That's fine. That's fine. You can deal with it as a debate then. But until that happens, you can't do that.
People. That's two different people.
Because we started out on the station, that's two different thoughts, isn't it?
Hey, I got to go, guys. So we'll catch you on the flip side. All right.
Yeah.
Hang in there. Have a great weekend.
See you later.
Does he know it's Thursday?
Does he know it's Thursday? Did you say?
Yeah, he said, "Have a great weekend." I think he thinks it's Friday. I'll have to ask him that later.
Right, I'm going to round out this after show. With that, I'm going to say another massive, huge, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thanks to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.